political upheaval.
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora, on Arabiya English, coming to you from Singapore on the sidelines of the International Institute for Strategic Studies Shangri-La Dialogue, one of the world's leading and most keenly watched defence summits. Well, one country that finds itself in the neighbourhood of numerous of the world's most complex conflicts is Greece. Particularly, numerous Middle East conflicts pose a threat along its eastern Mediterranean border, and of course to the north is that protracted Ukrainian war. So I am pleased to welcome Dr. Thanos Dokos, National Security Advisor to the Greek Prime Minister, joining us here on Al Arabiya. Doctor, thanks for your time.
A pleasure to be here.
Dr. Dokos, European nations have long been warning of the potential for spillover during this Ukrainian conflict. But Greece has felt that firsthand, not from Russia though. We have seen in recent weeks an unmanned sea drone washed up on one of the Greek islands. How much of a concern is that for Greece?
Well, it was an unpleasant surprise. Now, we know that such things have been happening. And there was actually a Russian drone that crashed into an apartment building in Romania yesterday. And similar incidents have taken place in some of the Baltic countries. But we were hoping that our friends in Ukraine would have been a little more careful because there was a happy ending to the incident that you mentioned. But if that drone had collided with a passenger ship or even a ship carrying oil, there would have been tremendous consequences. So hopefully the sides involved will be more careful from now on.
So this was a Ukrainian-made unmanned sea drone. Is there any diplomatic fallout from that? Are there any steps that Greece plans to take to ensure that it doesn't find itself in this precarious situation again?
Well, we have complained to our Ukrainian friends, both publicly and privately, and also raised the issue in the context of NATO and the EU.
You mentioned NATO and the EU, so I guess let's turn to the comments made by the US Secretary of Defence Pete Hegseth during his discussion here at the Shangri-La Dialogue. He made quite a pointed reference to Europe, saying that some countries in the past that have been riding on the coattails of US taxpayer generosity, that those times are over. We know that Greece has increased its defence spending. Do you feel like Greece is pulling its weight within the alliance?
We think we are. And unfortunately, Secretary Hegseth is right. I mean, there's a number of European countries that were spending too little in the past for their defence. Now, most of them are trying to make up. Greece has been consistently spending over 2%. For a very long time. Now we are probably closer to 3%, and we'll get to the target of 3.5% in the next few years. Plus, of course, that we are making contribution in terms of providing access to facilities in Greece and having a presence outside our borders. For example, in the context of the EU Operation Aspides to protect freedom of navigation from attacks from the Houthis in the Red Sea.
Greece, though, has actively chosen not to support or participate in any naval or military operations that the US may be conducting with Iran. The Strait of Hormuz, very different to Greece's cooperation in the Red Sea. If this conflict continues to affect Greece with its proximity, can it maintain this neutral stance in an ongoing sense?
I wouldn't call that neutrality. I would call it favorable neutrality, because we provided access to the U.S. forces, and then we also provided defensive military assistance to a number of countries in the Gulf, including Saudi Arabia, and we have a Patriot battery deployed there for the past 5 years, and it intercepted one Iranian ballistic missile plus drones. So we helped our friends and partners in the Gulf when it mattered. I don't see, however, any circumstances under which Greece would have an active participation in a military confrontation in the Gulf.
So you don't think if this discussions that we're hearing that are on the brink perhaps of a breakthrough between US and Iran, if that doesn't eventuate, if the war does continue, you can't see Greece changing to an active posture?
Well, never say never, but the working assumption for almost all of us is that there will be some kind of breakthrough, and then we can start thinking about the consequences and how to repair the damage. But if there is one thing that we are adamant about, and this is a common European position, is that we should go back to the status quo ante when it comes to the Straits of Hormuz. No restrictions, no tolls of any type.
Greece historically has strong, long-standing historical ties with Moscow. So if we turn our attention to the other conflict affecting your region, the European Union is discussing whether to change its diplomatic isolation stance with regards to Russia. We've heard that France's President Emmanuel Macron is perhaps flagging himself as the man who could resume negotiations with President Putin. What's Greece's stance with regards to a diplomatic thaw?
First of all, let me briefly explain our position. Now, the war in Ukraine came as a very nasty surprise for us, because, the idea that aggressors would be rewarded is something that could cause problem to Greece itself in different circumstances. So we took a very clear position in favor of Ukraine's sovereignty and independence. Now, that war has been going on for too long. Both sides are paying a heavy price, and of course the rest of us in Europe are paying a price for that. Maybe it's time for a negotiated settlement, and of course it makes sense to talk to your adversary and try to find out what the real intentions are. So I think Greece would support a European representative, so to say. Whether that would be President Macron, other names have been mentioned in that context. Draghi, former President of the Commission, or even Chancellor Merkel, former Chancellor Merkel. So it doesn't matter who the person is, but maybe it's time to test Moscow's intentions with direct negotiations.
And I know, and as you have reiterated, Greece doesn't support a situation where the aggressor is rewarded. But do you think it's time for Ukraine to accept a ceasefire along the current front lines to allow for a broader negotiation to take place?
That could be a decision for Ukraine to make. It's difficult to tell a country that you accept the loss of territory. That's a very tough decision, and that's a decision that Ukraine has to make for itself.
When we talk about Greece's defence, it has been redeploying some air defence assets, which has drawn the ire of your neighbour Turkey in some regards. It's accused Athens of exploiting the current war to militarise the southeastern Aegean. How does the Greek government respond to those concerns?
Well, we explained from day one that those deployments were of a defensive nature against the possible ballistic missile threat from Iran or Hezbollah, and that would be temporary. We explained that to NATO as well, and we think our partners understood that. Now, almost all of those assets have been returned to their initial positions, so the problem is no longer there.
Almost all of them?
They have been moved gradually, and eventually all of them will return to their bases.
Just finally, you mentioned Greece's military cooperation with Saudi Arabia. There is a Patriot missile battery base there, along with military personnel. Can you see military, diplomatic ties and cooperation strengthening between Greece and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Well, this has been happening already. There's a very close personal relationship between the Crown Prince and the Greek Prime Minister. There have been contacts at various levels, exchange of visits, discussions about cooperation both in the military field but also investments. And we are very optimistic about the future.
It'll be interesting to see that progress, that optimism to turn into action. We look forward to keeping across all those developments. Thank you so much, Dr. Thanos Dokos, for being here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you.
Thank you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
I felt that I had done my job. Of 200 plus ambassadors in Washington, there is one that was heard in the Oval Office. There is one that stung in the White House. There is one that moved a Secretary of State to issue a persona non grata declaration. I think I did live up to my standing for humanity, my standing against inhumanity, and for calling it out, whether it was the humanity of the Palestinians or whether it was even the humanity of those who are on the other side of supremacist instincts.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. The world has been fascinated by the faltering bromance between the US President Donald Trump and the world's richest human, Elon Musk. Reactions ranged from astonishment to amusement. Some were dismayed, others dumbfounded. My guest today knows what it's like to be in the crosshairs of the Trump administration. Ibrahim Rasool was dismissed as South Africa's ambassador to the US earlier this year. He was declared persona non grata after being accused of being a, quote, race-baiting politician and a Trump hater. Well, I met the former ambassador here at ENCA's studio in Cape Town, and in a fascinating conversation we discussed Trump, Musk, President Ramaphosa's Oval Office encounter, South African politics, and the Rainbow Nation's place in the world. Ambassador, it's good to have some time with you. It's been a while, actually, since I last saw you, and a lot has happened. Now, having come back a few months from the USA, are you glad to be home?
I think it's been great to be home. It's not where I expected to be. I would have preferred to have completed some of the objectives I had set myself for the U.S., but I think I did achieve one greater objective, and that is to really call out something that I think needed to be called out. And so in the light of that, I'm happy to be home.
Now, we'll go into detail on some of this stuff, but you got quite a hero's welcome. There were people at the airport, the media was there. Were you surprised?
I was surprised because I came back with doubts about how I would be received. Because I'm used to achieving my objectives, and in this case, I did not achieve the objective I had set out for. But when I saw hundreds of people at the airport, I think that I have achieved something bigger than the trade and tariff objectives that I may have set for myself.
Well, it's such a turbulent time, as we will go through, that perhaps the objectives would have been difficult anyway, but we can get into that. What did President Cyril Ramaphosa have to say about what happened, and so suddenly?
No, I think I spoke to the President the night of the issuing of the declaration of persona non grata. He had a sense of c'est la vie. This is the life that one lives under Donald Trump, that if it had not been that issue, it could have been another issue. If it had not been you, it could have been something else. And he was absolutely correct, because I think ultimately it came down to expelling the ambassador, which was relatively easy. You didn't have to give detailed reasons, or even, on the other hand, sanctioning the top leaders of the ANC, which was what was being called for at that moment. And I think in that regard, Secretary Rubio and President Trump acted in a way that was immediate, easy, and gave them a win.
Now that the dust has settled, what sort of feedback are you getting?
I must say that in the last 2 days especially, as the Trump presidency unravels, as Elon Musk and Trump falls out, as that happens, more and more people are contacting me and saying the behavior of that man, especially, for example, the callous remarks in the presence of the German Chancellor, shows that you actually made the right judgment call, that your view of him is vindicated, that there is no sense of orthodox diplomacy that is at work. So I think that as we begin to see that the things I predicted then are being realized, such as the scramble for critical minerals, such as the absolute disgraceful behavior with the South African delegation in the Oval Office, as the fallout with Elon Musk and the intensely personal nature of that fallout happens, people understand that there is no room at this moment with the USA for orthodox diplomacy.
We'll talk about that, but let me ask you what the reaction has been, or the feedback you've had from outside the country to what happened to you in particular.
I've been really acclaimed everywhere outside the country, in the sense that, and particularly, I think that the world that is in solidarity with the Palestinians, they thought it was something fairly brave. It was an important sacrifice in standing for truth. I think that people have been coming up and saying your prediction about a supremacist instinct is being realized every day. And I think the very vulnerability and weakness of the Trump presidency is coming to light, that it is not that there is something superior that is driving it. It is out of a very deep fear of both domestic and global politics. Domestically, what I said was the changing demographics and voting patterns in the USA, and in a global sense, the fact that they're feeling besieged by the rise of multipolarity in the world, the rise of contending powers like China in the world, and the fallout of a trade war.
As an ambassador, of course, everything you say will get picked up, but it was more in a conversation, a discussion, than a formal speech where you were kind of outlining these for a very formal reception. Were you surprised it was picked up?
I was surprised. I had been fairly careful. The institute that had invited me, I'd asked them to see their confirmation lists. They did it. I should have picked up that there was an issue when they didn't do the normal Chatham House rules, but I didn't. I should have picked up when they allowed someone who inscribed himself as anonymous was allowed even to ask a question. And what Anonymous asked sounded very much like someone that I was familiar with from my days in Cape Town, but more importantly, the one who led the campaign against me from the moment that I was announced, and that's Joel Pollack of Breitbart News, and that my hosts had in fact allowed anonymity on the platform because it was no longer the South African intelligentsia alone. But having seen that, and then waking up to Joel Pollack, for example, feeding very selected bits out of a 2-hour conversation onto the ether, I thought, yeah.
Just for perspective, his wife is South African, and he was at one stage being considered as a possible nominee for the position of U.S. ambassador to South Africa. And he's a big Trump supporter, of course. And but for some people, it was a strange choice. But obviously, it seems you did have that interaction before. You've had some dealings. Or...
Yes, because he wasn't just in America married to a South African. He was, in fact, the kind of strategist and speechwriter for the leader of the opposition, particularly in the years when I led the ANC in the Western Cape to defeat the DA from both the city council and the provincial government. So there's a lot of beef, if I can put it like that, that I think went down in addition to the contemporary issues that are at play.
Ambassador, I have to ask you to explain a quote of yours after coming back. It is good to feel the dignity of being African.
I think that particularly the USA and maybe to a lesser extent the Western, Northern hemispheres of the world have lost an enormous degree of civility. I think that there's no civility in the conduct of conversation. I think that they lose a lot of dignity in the pursuit of efficiency. I think that they've lost a lot of civility in the intensely robust and personal nature of their interactions and the conduct of their politics. And therefore, when an ambassador from a particular country comes in, his country is under attack, his government is insulted and demeaned, and the worst elements of that society who had oppressed South Africa are received in the White House and so forth, then you think, okay, this is diplomacy 202. To defend your country, you can't be the sheep that is smiling nicely. You've got to be as robust as what they are, but not crude and rude. Right. And I think that it's in that regard that it was really great to come back, that to feel this African dignity, because we grow up with a sense of Ubuntu, the interconnectedness of our humanity. We use that dignity and Ubuntu to settle with our former oppressors and reconcile with them despite the anger and the rage that may be beating in our hearts. We impose discipline upon ourselves in our conduct. When they see our former oppressors that reconciliation is done on their terms, they will reconcile with you if you support their Springbok rugby team. And on those days we will all be united. If they turn your heritage, and it's a heritage of genocide, of slavery, of frontier wars, of dispossession, but they turn it into a great pride day, a day to barbecue, rather than to reflect on where we've come from, and you reconcile with them, then you begin to understand that there's an extraordinary African dignity. And for me, it was just such a wonderful thing to escape the hostile atmosphere of Washington, particularly towards South Africa, and return to this warmth, this loving, dignified, even if you know that there are people at the airport who differed with you.
Well, you know, of course, Ubuntu, togetherness, unity, was very much the mantra of South Africa in the post-apartheid era. I wonder how you felt being, or suddenly finding yourself in the crosshairs of the Trump administration.
I think that it demonstrates, therefore, that there is a hard edge to Ubuntu, that you don't sacrifice humanity in order to be humane. You don't turn a blind eye to inhumanity in order to be humane. And therefore, I felt that I had done my job. Of 200 plus ambassadors in Washington, there is one that was heard in the Oval Office. There is one that stung in the White House. There is one that moved a Secretary of State to issue a persona non grata declaration. I think I did live up to my standing for humanity, my standing against inhumanity, and for calling it out, whether it was the humanity of the Palestinians or whether it was even the humanity of those who are on the other side of supremacist instincts.
So presumably when you were having that discussion and those words were picked up, that was your intention, I guess, to highlight what you felt very strongly about?
I think it was an intention to prepare South Africa for the fact that the rules have all been eroded, that there is a different animal in the White House that do not operate by the normal diplomatic conventions, by normal trade negotiations. It is a warning that when you prepare your position on trade, brace yourself for the assault on your humanity. It was one to explain to them that on the basis of rumors of a genocide against white South Africans and the removal of their land from them, that already 8 billion rands worth of aid, particularly for HIV, AIDS, and other diseases, had been cut, not on the basis of fact-based interventions, but on the basis of receiving a delegation who alleged certain things, and on the basis of those allegations, a White House issued an executive order that suddenly meant 20,000 health workers out of work, 200 health clinics and facilities closed, that possible 1 million new infections with HIV. That is the dastardly nature of it.
We'll get into it, but I wonder, you did say you wish you'd been able to complete your time and achieve certain things that you'd hoped to while in DC. At any point, have you felt it was perhaps a misjudgment to put yourself in that position?
I think that I didn't feel it at the time, and certainly looking back, I don't feel it, because I felt that the mentality of the Trump administration is that they relent after they have a win. And so if the win for them was that they had my blood, and that opened the door to the president leading a delegation into the White House, then it would be a worthwhile thing. The other win that they may have thought that they wanted was to say, if you want to come in, you don't bring the new envoy along, as is the rumor mill in Washington, because this new envoy said even more blunt things about President Trump. And so I think that it's the mentality. If you can force Zelensky to say thank you for all the aid, if you can force Zelensky to sign a paper signing over all Ukraine's critical minerals, then we may consider what you need after you give us the win that we want.
Well, the White House rhetoric under Donald Trump has been quite sharp, as most people have discovered. But Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State who declared you persona non grata, called you a race-baiting politician and a Trump hater. Would you say that's a fair claim?
Hatred doesn't come easily to a South African. If we were taught not to hate, even those. I served in the Western Cape as a minister in a coalition government led by the last apartheid police minister, security minister. Now, hatred does not come easily to me. And so it's not about those kind of emotions. And certainly if race baiting is to regurgitate a fact that is at the center of Republican politics, that the white voting electorate is 48%, that there is the possibility, if all others were to denounce voting for that, then there would be effectively be a majority of minorities. And that's analysis by me. It's not race baiting.
Is that the argument you'd use to convince those, perhaps even supporters of Donald Trump, that your intention was not to appear as a race-baiting politician and Trump hater?
I owe them no explanation.
Okay.
And so I wouldn't go out of my way. If anything, my interactions with the U.S. after that would be what I would call the forces for change. Even if I disagree deeply with Democrats about how they conducted themselves regarding Palestine, the blindness with which they look at the expansion of NATO. I could disagree with all of them, but I see a modicum of touch points with them because I can appeal to them on human rights. I can have a conversation with them. There is a civility with them that despite the disagreements, I can conduct. So my job is not to deal with the MAGA forces to convince them. My engagements have been far more to say, how do we return the U.S. to a rational entity that we can talk to again?
Well, that makes me wonder, you know, your first stint as ambassador was from 2010 to 2015, just before Donald Trump came in, under President Barack Obama, the U.S.'s first black president. Describe to me how different that time was for you.
So, in the Obama era, I had the privilege of knowing him before I went to Washington because he visited Cape Town and had a lot of time here. So we got to know each other somewhat, and it's partially the reason that I was asked to go to Washington. And that was the time of the great upheaval in the Muslim world, particularly the Arab world. President Obama was willing to do what the establishment wanted him to do and to shut down the Arab Spring, but there was a rational conversation in which I said to the president, in 2009 you went to Cairo and called the Arab masses to their finest, when you called them to rise for human rights and freedom and democracy and all of, and they've answered you in 2011. Now you want to be the one to shut it down. And so that was the kind of hard, fundamental conversations.
Without retribution.
Without retribution. If anything, they seem, and I'm not taking credit for it, but there was a way in which Obama allowed the Tunisian elections, allowed didn't enforce his red lines in Syria, allowed the Egyptian, he then had to relent to the establishment when the counter-revolutions happened. But what I'm describing is a robust, very dangerous moment in the geopolitical history of the world. And a South African ambassador, given our own history, coming from the land of Nelson Mandela, could at least be listened to and not dismissed out of hand. And so South Africans often have to act like the canary in the mine. When the oxygen is depleted, the canaries raise the alarm. Because our attuneness to the infractions on human rights, on democracy, on freedom and so forth are such that we can act like the canary in the mine.
On that note, it wasn't that long ago the canaries in the mine were starting to choke when your president, Cyril Ramaphosa, found himself in the crosshairs. So what was your reaction when you saw what a lot of people called an ambush in the Oval Office? You know, it was the biggest trending word on social media for a while.
No, I think that no amount of writing in a report that orthodox diplomacy has been eroded, prepare for a very robust thing, get all the trade and tariff negotiations done before you go to the White House, because the White House, Trump will exact another win from you there. He has to assert himself over you in the White House, but get the trade and tariff deals done before. So I'm hoping that all of those things are in place prior, so that the absorption of the punishment, the ambush in the White House becomes worthwhile. Not dignified, not great, but worthwhile at least. And so I think we understood that we're dealing with a different temperament. It was rather how much would we be able to bite our tongue in order to preserve that which was negotiated in the days leading to the Oval Office meeting.
Well, your quote at the time was, who was the adult in the room?
No, absolutely. And that was so important for South Africans to see and for the world to see, that here the adult in the room was the one who retained dignity, kept a smile on his face, smiled through the lies, the sham TV show, the white papers branded about and so forth. And the adult in the room knowing that every one of those so-called evidences were absolute lies the adult in the room maintained dignity because the adult in the room understood the greater picture was the trade and tariff things that would hurt South Africa, and the smaller picture was the assault on the dignity.
How did you rate the team, having people like Ernie Els, the golfer, go there, knowing that Trump is a big golfing fan and so on? How did you rate the kind of team that went with the president?
It's not an ideal team because we all had to wince and smile through the tone deafness of Retief Goosen, who said you helped us in Angola, through the absolute throwing under the bus by saying what a violent country we are, etc. But the way I've explained it is that if you go as a president to China, you take your own translators along. If you go to the land of supremacism, you take your own translators along. Because those translators, the two golfers and the billionaire, acted like the translators from a rational black English, put it into a language that is palatable to a irrational white supremacist, and acted as the media. And so when our president says, we don't have a genocide, we're not confiscating land, one of those translators says, yes, it's true, President Trump, this is really not happening, you've got an exaggerated opinion, and translates it for President Trump. So that is the necessary, I almost called it evil, but that's a necessary compromise we needed to make in that White House.
That's interesting, going in with a psychology. Do you think President Ramaphosa learned a lot from the Zelensky visit? Do you think there was some idea that, look, this is a chance that might happen to us as well?
So when I was still in place, I told President, this is not the time for you to visit too early. We must get our ducks in a row because what we are trying to do is to prevent a Zelensky moment. Because there is nothing more pleasurable to a Donald Trump than to lord it over a black president. And
because he's white?
There's no other reason.
Okay.
Or he's just a bully by temperament. But the fact is that his MAGA movement expects him to prevail over a black president. And so the MAGA movement is fed this thing about Africa having S-hole countries, about, we don't even know where Lesotho is, etc., etc. That's the kind of way in which it's red meat to that crowd. But the fact of the matter is that I think our president understood what he was going in for, conducted himself absolutely according to script. We bit and held our noses, bit our tongues and held our noses through that encounter. And hopefully the result is that South Africa comes out not good, but fairly okay.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Elon Musk, one of yours technically, who's in the room as well. And obviously things have changed a lot since that moment. How do you regard what's going on now between him and Donald Trump?
I think that Nelson Mandela always had the sense that sometimes a kraal is too small for two bulls. And I think it was bound to happen. Those two bulls needed each other. If Musk did not put in his billions or millions and did not put in his X into that, it's arguable whether Donald Trump could have prevailed. Because Donald Trump 101 was a raging bull without an agenda. Donald Trump 202 had 200 executive orders prescribed for him, had a Doge in place, had everything. So clearly that input by Elon Musk and his coterie of other South Africans, Peter Thiel and Joel Pollack and David Sachs and all of them, had really created a sense of purpose amidst the madness. Before 101 was madness, this one was method in the madness that was coming to the fore. And I think that you can hold it for 2, 3, 4 months. Maybe you can patch it up again and go on for another year. But it's always going to be volatile because the purpose and the madness have a dialectical relationship. Sometimes the madness overwhelms the purpose and hides the purpose, as is the case now, that the madness leads to a thing that could bankrupt the USA, the the big beautiful bill, or the purpose is just so compelling that it tempers the madness. And I don't think they found the formula between madness and purpose.
Well, they're both pretty unique characters. That obviously is part of it, isn't it?
No, that's exactly it. I think, and I say this with all respect, when you're on that kind of spectrum, the thing that could put your behavior on steroids is absolute power. Lots of people who do carry those quirks are usually confined and disciplined by the infrastructure around them. Imagine the infrastructure isn't there, and you've got two quirky characters running this massive machine. I mean, that's what we are seeing today.
How do South Africans regard Elon Musk now? What perspective do you think they have?
There was a grudging admiration. It's the kind of grudging respect that South Africans have for expatriates, whites, who left, who either fled because they feared a black majority, and they fled with their money and their skills. But we keep in this spirit of reconciliation, we keep an eye on them, and we can sometimes say, that's what South Africa gave them. This ability to establish PayPal, this ability to do the electric car, this ability to drive the rover on Mars, etc., etc. So there is a grudging respect for that, because it comes from the fact that they were born and bred in a country that has that kind of potential.
So to touch on something that's very much in the news since I've been here, does South Africa want or need Elon Musk's Starlink satellite system?
We don't need it. We may not want it, but we may have to get it. And that will depend a lot on how much distance there is between the Trump administration and Elon Musk. Because up till that moment, the Washington Post, for example, had this expose on how a country like Bangladesh was railroaded into accepting Starlink as a precondition for tariff relief and trade reciprocation. And Lesotho was derided in Trump's State of the Union address. Lesotho is in the good books because Lesotho has Starlink now. Zimbabwe was absolutely pilloried, the pariah of the world. Zimbabwe is coming to the mainstream. It has Starlink now. There's a pattern. And the pattern is that the precondition for doing trade and tariff deals with the United States may have to be that you accept Starlink. Now, it's a business deal, and that is what is worrying the South Africa regulators, that how does a country as sophisticated as South Africa hand over its surveillance intelligence capacity to a foreign entity, and how do you put the necessary guardrails in place so that you may have to be forced to do the business deal, but not necessarily sell your intelligence and your surveillance capacity.
The irony is that Huawei, as a Chinese company, faced restriction because of the potential security risks. It's kind of there's perhaps a little irony here that we're seeing two issues on security handled in two very different ways.
And I think that puts pay to the idea that South Africa is simply a kind of tool of China because we put exactly the same kind of rules. I think it's a bit too early to prejudge whether Starlink will get the kind of free ride that Elon Musk wants, or whether we will have some paces to put them through in order to secure our country against intelligence leaks, surveillance capacities, and bypassing some of our business regulations.
A thought before moving on from Elon Musk. In this kind of conflict that's heating up between Elon Musk and Donald Trump, who do you think will win?
I think it could be MAD, mutually assured destruction. I think that the two bulls have different strengths, but it's the combination of the strengths that created this extraordinary moment for the USA in its attempt to dominate and regain lost ground in the world. And so, but if Elon Musk wins, it could be because they have a candidate who's waiting in the wings, recruited by the PayPal mafia and trained by the PayPal mafia and installed first in the Senate and now in the vice presidency. And that may be the win that the Musk crowd may have. And so it's no accident that when it was said, let's impeach Donald Trump and let the vice president take over. And I'm going to be very naughty based on my watching movies. Was that the moment that a Manchurian candidate steps in? I leave that question hanging.
Okay. Maybe we'll get back to you at some point and just see what happens, because I'd love to be able to discuss that further. Let's dig in a bit into the whole the farmer issue and the farmers going to the US as refugees, the land debate. How is that heating up here in South Africa?
When I came back from Washington, I took my car, went to the garage, and unlike the US where you throw in your own petrol, here you have garage attendants. And when they recognized me, they all came running up to me and saying, "Hey, Comrade Rasool, you were really, really brave. Thank you very much for standing up for us." And the white guy who thought that his car was being neglected by his attendant running to me, didn't know the pump was on automatic, he said, "Why are you doing?" And these guys, the petrol attendants, told me, "You know what? We're already being punished for taking his land. Why don't we just take their land?" So the point that I'm making is that the very things that we are being punished for and haven't done, the backlash may mean that there is a demand for South Africa to do those kind of things. If we have been slow on land reform, but we are now being punished for land confiscation, why don't we accelerate? If we are being punished for discriminating against whites and not giving them management and those jobs, there may be a demand. Why don't we accelerate the pace of transformation? And the same with the ownership on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. I mean, 90+% ownership by white people. Why don't we accelerate? So what I'm saying is that there is an absolute disappointment that after 30 years of attempted reconciliation, you get this going to the White House, invoking a punishment on South Africa, and yet we have nothing to show for the allegations that are made against us, and therefore should we not be accelerating the pace of transformation?
Now, if I heard it correctly, it's a phrase I haven't heard before. You said backlash.
I think so, because I think that that maybe our white community thought that they were the only people whose feelings must be mollycoddled through 30 years of transformation. Maybe there was too much of an expectation that black resilience is just so secure that nothing can shake it. I think that not even poverty can shake your resilience, as the idea that you are being insulted and punished for your patience, that suddenly you are accused of something that you have withheld yourself from doing. And that's what would be the essence of what I call a backlash.
Interesting, the cause and effect, basically.
Yes, absolutely.
So I've been looking at some of the media here, and I've seen that on the farmers' issue, there have been some farmers who've been obviously supporting the idea of this land sort of claiming and them being basically persecuted. But there are some white farmers who've stood up and said, no, this isn't the case. How divided is the white farming community among this, from what you know?
No, I think it is one in which there is division.
Is it being handled the right way here?
I'm not too sure. I don't think that there is responsibility taking sufficiently from the white community, because in any given circumstance, populists always have a bigger megaphone. And those who know the truth are sometimes disabled by a grievance. So, no, crime is too much. Then I shut up on the truth. Oh, no, there's too many regulations in the offing. So let me shut up about the truth. Let me withhold myself from speaking truth to my fellow compatriots who share my color and my race and my ethnicity and my language. And so I don't think that there has been this urgency within the white community to be able to denounce very forcefully their compatriots, not even those who share power with us. It's always a no but. No, there is no genocide, but there is all these farm murders. And the farm murders over the last 10 years. I'm not it's horrific that anyone should be murdered. But 630 farm murders over the last 10 years. And when I say farm murders, not murders of whites, but also murders of black farm workers at the hands of those who now queue up for refugee status. I mean, I'm not speaking about in the apartheid years, but last year, 2 women picking up dairy products that are expired, shot, cut up, and fed to the pigs. Now, if you, as a white community, can't recoil from that and hold that up as, that's not us, not in my name, then I think you have a passion gap for your country and you have a passion gap for the truth.
So I've seen these stories here in the South African media. The twist is that Donald Trump, holding up those bits of paper and so on, described it as large-scale killing of white farmers. So in your eyes, is that misinformation, disinformation, propaganda? How is it being pushed? Because people outside hadn't really heard the story that much before.
Populism doesn't work on truth. It works on narration. The narrative must win. The truth is incidental. So that's true. That's black populists and that's white populists. Or any Muslim populists, Zionist populism. And so in a very important way, truth is the casualty. But the fact of the matter is that when Donald Trump invokes all of that, there's no way that you can intervene in it with counterfacts. But the narrative is important, and the narrative of a genocide against whites, I think, has 2 functions. The one is that it gives white supremacism globally a victim that they needed. Because no supremacist ideology that wants to retake their place in the world can do so by showing that we own most of the economies, we dominate the stock exchanges, we do this, we do that. They need to find a victim to point to and say, that's why we must never relinquish control again in the world. So the second one is to create a false moral equivalence. Because South Africa took Israel to the ICJ on the charge of genocide against Palestinians. What better false moral equivalent to say, but South Africa is creating a genocide against whites. South Africa takes Israel to the ICJ for land occupation. What better moral false equivalence than to say, but you are taking the land of white farmers. So those are the 2 functions. The one is the victimhood, the other one is the false moral equivalence. And as I joked with US media, I said, on Donald Trump's definition of a genocide, he should be subpoenaed to the ICJ to be the star witness for the case against Israel, because his entry level for a genocide is so low that 70,000 Palestinian deaths will clinch it for South Africa in the ICJ.
That's a risky joke to be playing as ambassador in the US.
No, I wasn't ambassador then. I now speak with a better freedom.
Of course. So that's why I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're saying that narrative, the white farmer genocide claims, is essentially linked to what's going on in Gaza and with the Israelis.
Look, there is no doubt that is the fundamental target. If you look at, for example, the executive order that cancelled all South Africa's aid and development assistance. Reason one, a white genocide and land confiscation in South Africa. Reason two, South Africa taking Israel to the ICJ for genocide and land confiscation, a close US ally. So from time to time, there will be tactical differences between the White House and the Knesset in Israel. Tactical difference. Is this the time to do the what's his name, the ceasefire? Is this the time for you to be attacking there and taking that, and so forth? But there are not strategic and values-based differences between the White House and Israel. That fundamentally remains, and that's the fundamental impudence that South Africa is being punished for, that it took Israel to the ICJ.
I'll ask you a bit more about that in just a second, but on that issue of the aid being cut off to South Africa, in reality, how much do you think it will hurt the country? And what options does South Africa have? Can other players outside in the international field step in and perhaps fulfill a bit more of that role? And could South Africa be more self-dependent?
I think South Africa, for example, on the PEPFAR, HIV funding, South Africa was already buying all its medicines, all its antiretrovirals from its own money. That's how much South Africa has stepped up over the years leading up to this moment. I think that where we are now being hurt is in the capacity to dispense the ARVs, because that's where the 20,000 health workers, the 200 NGOs and clinics come in. It's not that we have an absence of medicine, we have an interruption in the deployment of the antiretrovirals. On the other hand, we have a situation in which all the just energy transition funding has been stopped from the USA, and in that regard, for example, Europe sees South Africa's sacrifice, sitting on a mountain of coal but choosing renewable energy, sees that as a very critical sacrifice to be making that lets Europe a little bit off the hook for cleaning up their act, and therefore steps in to help South Africa with just energy transition funds. I've been to a conference in Istanbul where the Muslim philanthropy world and investment world gathered, and the rallying cry was there: if you want to support Palestine, support South Africa, because South Africa is being punished for supporting Palestine. So I think there's a consciousness. I don't think that there is a scale of alternatives that can make up for what South Africa has lost.
There is also a view among some analysts that the ability of people like Donald Trump to be able to push a populist agenda to this degree has helped fuel those populist agendas across Europe, for example, that perhaps even it might hit this country too to some degree, as we're seeing, cracks in the system here.
I think that it has hit South Africa. I think you've never seen a kind of rearming of a racial instinct amongst our white South Africans. They're walking with a spring in their step again. They've got a president in the White House that hears them and sees them. So I think that that sense is taking root here. I think it has emboldened Farage and Reform in the UK. Certainly the AFD, Vance himself came to campaign to them a week before the election. They've become the second biggest party. So I think that those things are there, stepping into the breach. Why is Marine Le Pen jailed in France, etc.? But I also think that there is a counter movement. And that counter movement says that Carney in Canada, who was 30 points behind in the polls, when he stiffened his back against Donald Trump, he became Prime Minister. The same with the Labour Party in Australia. And so we can go on that there is a very interesting upwhelming on both sides of the equation.
I'm going to make it a little more personal here. Your family was forcefully evicted from land that was declared whites only. You lost that, and you've seen what can happen. Do you feel a need for justice for the past, personally?
My father did not apply to the Land Commission for the return of the house we lost in District 6, Cape Town, because he felt that freedom was enough revenge for him now to be able to tell white people where to get off was enough of a revenge, rather than wanting that house. My uncle, on the other hand, has applied, and they've been paid out for the house they've lost. So there are different ways in which these things are working, but none of them would be working with a rage. People have queued up, gone through the process, asked for restitution and all of those kind of things, filled out all the forms. So in a sense, their rage has been bureaucratized, and later, after years, their patience rewarded. And so that's not an easy gene, a gene of rage, to find in South Africa.
In fact, it's I think, coming from the outside, it's something that people perhaps outside don't always recognize, that's why it's called the Rainbow Nation. This ability to bring together people from different backgrounds and approach problems with different angles, perhaps. But you yourself, you've interesting situation. You're a Muslim from a family of mixed English, Javanese, Dutch and Indian heritage. That gives you something of an advantage in terms of understanding what diversity is, I think, doesn't it?
No, I think that we've lived with a grandmother who was denounced by her white Dutch family and who, until her dying day, refused to take a white pension because she said she found a home in the black community and took a black pension under apartheid. So that's what we've grown up with. I've grown up with family on the building trade who have been under the thumb of their supervisors and owners. My mother who broke her back in the clothing factories. So in a sense, I think we've grown up with this sense of diversity, and then on top of that, we've been taught by Nelson Mandela that it is, to paraphrase Martin Luther King, it is not the color of their skin, it's the content of their character. To look for the character in the white. That's why we could equally move. Because we knew a Joe Slovo, we didn't hate a P.W. Botha, because we didn't hate whites, because we had enough white people in the struggle with us to immunize us against a counter-racism. And that's where this kind of idea of rainbowism. But when one color of that rainbow commits treachery by running to the White House, spreading a false narrative, and succeeding in punishing the very patient colors of that rainbow with more death and destruction, then I think rainbowism is in danger.
Well, in part two, Ambassador Ibrahim Rasool talks about why he thinks South Africa has become a moral superpower for its stand against Israel at the ICJ.
That stirred the conscience, not just of the campuses in the US and the streets in the US and all over the world, but even young Jewish people who may not any longer have a grandmother or a grandfather who was physically in Auschwitz. And they could now think with their conscience and say, I'm Jewish, I enjoy being Jewish, I want to be Jewish, I may even love Israel, but I will not give a blank check to Netanyahu to achieve the end game that he has in mind.
He reveals what President Nelson Mandela told him on Islamophobia, and also why Donald Trump might be driven by vanity to come to the G20 meeting in South Africa. Finally, why Ambassador Rasool believes his expulsion from the USA as ambassador is a badge of honor.
I think that it says there was one ambassador who stood up and didn't take the BS. It says that there's one who had the courage to stand by the values. And so I think that for me, it's absolutely a badge of honor.
Join us for that. I'm Riz Khan. Thanks for watching. See you soon.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
President Trump has said he's cancelled planned strikes against Iran today as negotiations progress after what he described as highest-level talks. In a post of Truth Social, he also said discussions and final points have been in both concept and great detail approved by all parties involved. The naval blockade will remain in full force and effect until this transaction is finalised. Time and place of the signing to be announced shortly. However, Iranian media sources say Tehran has not approved any text for an initial US deal. Now, to discuss this and all of today's stories, we're joined by Shane McGinley, news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, and in studio, geopolitical economist and journalist Alina Cara-Bear. Thank you both so much for joining us. Shane, first of all, we'll turn to you on this one. That further statement that I mentioned just now from Trump saying that a deal is imminent. How much faith do you have in it this time?
Well, OK, there's a couple of things I think to sort of bear in mind. I think let's look at the positive first, right? So I think the fact that, you know, countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, and, you know, the Arab allies are included in this, and Trump is saying that, you know, this has been approved by him. So I think let's look at that as the positive. I don't think he would have included their names as endorsing it if there wasn't any credibility to that. But at the same time, you know, I'm still looking at, you know, the live feed from Reuters. And like you said, the latest one was that Iran has come out and said that they've not yet agreed the text. And I think the yet is probably the important bit. But I think that's a positive endorsement. But I think there's a couple of things that are also going on that have happened in, you know, just the last couple of hours. When Trump gave an interview to Fox News, he was talking about he was going to try and take Karg Island, which is a strategic Iranian island that processes a lot of Iranian oil. And he said that his preference was that they would take that. But he also then went on to say, I don't know that America has the stomach for it. So I think that was a very, very telling comment by him, where it kind of shows that he wants to end the war because he's probably perceived that it's not very popular with the American public. And you kind of wonder, well, why is that? Well, also today there was some figures out in relation to inflation. Mm-hmm. So this is how it's impacting, you know, the general American public, and it's up to 4.2%, which is the first time in 3 years it's gone over 4%, and a lot of that is to do with energy costs and, you know, the cost to fill your car, which has gone up about 45%. So I think basically, to sum it up, I think Trump is listening to the American people. He wants to get a deal done quickly. So I think the fact that it's gotten the Arab allies' endorsement, but I think the caveat is that we've got to wait and see what comes from Iran, and that they have to obviously endorse it, because this is the 17th time since the war started on February 28th where Trump has said we're close to a deal, and, you know, we've heard it before. So I'm optimistic, but sceptical is probably the best way.
And I guess, Shane, we'll have to wait to hear as well from those other parties that were mentioned in that Truth Social tweet. We haven't heard from any of the parties that were mentioned there in terms of the countries. They have yet to make a statement in relation to this as well. Alina, I want to turn to you on this one. How likely do you honestly think that a deal is near? Because, like Shane said, we have heard this rhetoric a few times before. I didn't realise it was quite as many as that.
Yeah, true, but I think it's quite interesting that the Qatari negotiators came home from Tehran this morning. They had a long, over the whole night they were talking in Iran about this topic. Apparently that's what we know. This is one point. I think they wouldn't do it if it wouldn't be that serious and close to a deal. And the second part is that usually when strikes happen, the negotiations stopped.
Yes, correct, yes.
But right now they did not stop, apparently to some sources. 3 Iranian sources said it to Reuters today that the talks continue, and not only that, they not only exchanged messages, also they kind of finalized a memorandum of understanding. That's what the Iranian sources, those 3, said to Reuters today. It's kind of a political framework. And the point where they're not really sure, the sticking points are money, of course. Iran wants between $6 and $12 billion. They are currently frozen. This is like money they gained by selling oil to different countries. It was legal, but due to the sanctions, it got frozen, and they want to have it back. And they say, USA says we don't really want to go give it back without leverage, without making sure that it goes to the right directions.
Yeah.
They want to make sure that it only goes for pharmacy products or for food for the Iranian people, not for the Iranian regime.
Yeah, of course, which makes perfect sense as well, when especially there's that much money that's tied up there. And we know, like you said, Alina, that was one of the sticking points in that MOU to get it across the border as well. Shane, we spoke a little bit about the energy prices and the crisis, I guess, that's happening globally. And every single time a statement is made from the White House when Donald Trump says, like he did today, that Carg Island is on the cards, we see the oil prices soar again, 5 to 10%. Today we did see them drop. Once this statement has been made in the last hour or two, we've seen them drop down by a similar amount, between 3 and 5% as well. So promising signs as well. But when he mentioned that today, was that potentially the card on the table with Iran that made them go, we need to get back to the negotiating table here, we need to do some sort of a deal? Do you think that's what edged it ever so slightly over?
I think possibly. I think Carg Island is sort of seen as symbolic, and it's seen as a strategic. It would be seen as a strategic win because previously to the war, it controlled 90% of Iranian oil. But I think there was an interesting comment that I saw from the former commander of the US Central Command, and he had said that because of the blockade, that a lot of Iranian oil wasn't getting out to the Straits like most other countries as well. So the economy was already being impacted. So to take the island, you know, it wouldn't really impact them economically or their oil movements that much, but it would be a huge symbolic move, and it would be troops that would have to go onto the island to take it, you know, up to 800 to 1,000 then to maintain it. So that would be, you know, a massive switch in the conflict, because we would have American troops directly involved if that plan was to go, which I think that's possibly linked to what Trump said, that he wasn't sure America had the stomach for it, and to have that, you know, hundreds of troops involved. So I think possibly, yeah, Iran would not have liked to see it escalate that much. But I think there's a lot of other things that happened as well. I think there was a very, very quite serious attack on the Kuwait airport, which got a lot of coverage, and it seemed to be quite impactful. There was a couple of ships that were attacked off the Gulf of Oman, and there was a lot of Indian. I think there was three Indian sailors. So I think those things collectively would have put a lot of pressure on Trump and the Iranian side, and I think, you know, again,
violence has broken out in Belfast in Northern Ireland after a knife attack allegedly carried out by an immigrant, with hundreds taking to the streets, blocking roads and also damaging property. The suspect, 30-year-old Hadi Alodid, has been charged with attempted murder, making threats to kill and possession of a knife. The victim has since slipped into a coma as a result of his injuries. Sarah, this one's been dominating the headlines for the last 24 hours. One man's alleged actions appear to have sparked anger, but that anger has been directed at entire communities. I guess the question is, why do incidents like this so quickly become bigger than the crime itself was? Not that the crime was not any less horrific for the fact of what's happened afterwards.
Yes, you're right, Jono, and we had that man appearing in court today. So on the one hand, you've got the legal process playing out, but as we've seen, the process that was sparked by this and the violence that resulted far more widespread and turned it into a much wider issue. And now you and I have spoken about this. I've reported on the ground many, many times from Belfast. There is that underlying tension because of the history of the Troubles, because of different issues of sectarian violence in the past, that you have seen that sort of underlying unrest very quickly come to the surface often, even when it's not necessarily related to the particular event. Now, in this case, we're seeing the violence kicking off as a result of this crime, this horrific crime that took place. And actually, we're seeing right now crowds are gathering, it seems, for a second night. It's being reported a large number of police vehicles. They've been seen in the area. You've also got a tanker on fire, protesters hurling projectiles at officers. A number of protesters dressed in black have been seen throwing projectiles at police in riot gear. So again, it comes back to, Jono, as we were saying, you've got the legal aspect of this, which is right and which is proper, where this crime is going to be tried and hopefully justice will be brought. But you've also got the consequences, which is this wider violence that is now escalating. And I think a real question about how the authorities are going to be able to quell that.
Dr. Ellie, it's horrific to see. And obviously, as I said, the crime in itself is a horrific incident which has occurred. But we are now seeing houses being attacked, families being terrified, people being targeted. I believe the statistic was 30 families have been made homeless as a result of the violence last night. Is this really about safety concerns anymore, or is it something much deeper that's at play here? And as Sarah mentioned, the xenophobia that's at play, which is different but not dissimilar from the sectarianism that we saw through the 80s and 90s.
Definitely. I mean, to continue with where Sarah ended, I think it's the crime itself, the video, when you see it, cannot but create a very strong anger in you. But the point is that the course is taking its normal action through courts, through punishment, through so on. So there is no legitimate reason for the anger in the streets, because the authorities did act swiftly and properly. Also, there's no reason, because it hasn't been like a constant thing that is happening or a trend that is growing or something like that. So there is no legitimate cause for all this violence and all these attacks on people, on civilians, on innocent people in their houses, in their cars, in the streets, to that extent that is really creating a big problem. In the broader sense, in the broader picture that you mentioned, Jono, it is all about the rhetoric that puts the us against them and that distinguishes people based on specific criteria, be it sectarianism, based on religion or religious affiliation, be it racism, be it anti-immigrants, be it all of this. The moment you put yourself in this categorization and you say, I hate this person, or I am allowed to hurt this person simply because he is from that category, then we are seeing a very dangerous rhetoric and very dangerous repercussions on society. Putting this in the broader environment, this is definitely part of the very divided and very aggressive political rhetorics that we are seeing in the UK in the broader sense, more than it is about Ireland or Northern Ireland itself, because the number of immigrants in Northern Ireland is not really that significant and the percentage is not really that significant. So the extreme right-wing parties need to be careful about how they put their platforms, because the people will implement what they are seeing in their own way, and the violence could be easily going out of control.
I can see where you're coming from when I hear you when you say that the issue of Northern Ireland and immigration that takes place there is obviously not so huge as it has been seen in places like Portugal or even in mainland UK as well. But Sarah, Europe is in itself dealing with a huge immigration crisis right now. And when something like this comes to the fore, we had the Henry Nowak verdict from just a couple of weeks ago as well, which brings this all back. It's very fresh in people's minds. And then we add in something like social media, which can lead to information, but also misinformation being spread around as well. I think the UK public are at the end of their tether when it comes to this. And there seems to be that sentiment is just kind of boiling over, and we're seeing a combination of various different things that have happened, which may have led to these violent outbreaks overnight and potentially again tonight.
Yes, you're right, Jono, and we're seeing some of those images play out from the streets of Belfast. This is very much a developing story. And actually, to the point about, you know, what are the authorities going to do to try and quell this violence? There is reporting from the UK media that the Home Office is set to launch a Northern Ireland immigration crackdown in the wake of that stabbing in Belfast. So the plan would be, according to government sources, this is being reported in the UK media, they would be looking to detain, arrest and remove illegal immigrants. That suggestion has yet to be confirmed by the Home Office, but if that were a measure to be taken, you can clearly see that it's aimed at trying to calm that sentiment. Interestingly, you mentioned the Henry Nowak case. President Trump weighed in and commented on that. Very unusual for, a president of another country to get so involved in domestic politics in the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland. I don't know if he will comment on this. He certainly hasn't yet, as far as I've seen. But we know that there has been this ongoing discussion around the situation when it comes to immigration. I thought the message from Henry's family at the time and the anger and protests that were seen in the wake of that was unbelievably graceful, and it's worth reiterating, and that was that they didn't want to see that used as a reason for division, for hate, for, rhetoric that fuels this kind of anger. They didn't want that to be his memory. And so I think that's applicable in this case too. The legal system and that legal process is playing out right now. It remains to be seen exactly what the authorities will do, but it does look like the Home Office are considering potentially bringing in some stronger immigration crackdown measures. And we'll see if that maybe changes the situation on the streets of Belfast. But tonight, you're seeing the images coming in. There is a second night of protests underway.
Chinese President Xi Jinping and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un have pledged closer ties and also deeper cooperation following 2 days of talks in Pyongyang. Xi made a rare visit to North Korea's capital as Beijing looks to restore influence over its strategic ally and also its socialist neighbour. Michael, we will talk to you about this first of all. Is this a friendship visit? Let's face it, North Korea's leader normally quite isolated. China's leader has been far less of a wallflower in the last couple of months and even in the last year. Is this just trying to prove that both still matter on a global stage?
I think it's more of a performative trip, and it's for the people who were not there. It's for Donald Trump, and it's for Vladimir Putin. Now, North Korea definitely needs China. Certainly we recognize that because of the economic relief packages that China's able to pass along to North Korea. China and North Korea have that healthy relationship when it comes to North Korea accepting the generosity of the Chinese. But the Chinese also need the North Koreans for a couple of reasons. One, if President Xi can show to Vladimir Putin that he has a better relationship with North Korea, then I think that will help certainly President Xi feel that he is in a better position, because I think that he was starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable, the Chinese leader was, because the North Koreans were sending troops to fight for the Russians in their war with Ukraine. So we know North Korea needs China. China also needs North Korea for a couple of reasons. One, so that they can sort of prove, maybe to themselves, perhaps to the rest of Asia, that they hold sway, influence over North Korea. Now, one of the worst kept secrets is that North Korea has nuclear capabilities. And if that's the case, I think everybody feels a little bit more secure if the Chinese can prove that they have, as they say, influence over the North Koreans. The other reason is that if the Chinese leader, who's going to be going to the U.S. This year to visit Donald Trump, if he can show to Donald Trump, who wants to restart diplomacy talks with the North Korean leader, that Kim Jong-un is sort of under the sway of the Chinese leadership, then I think that will help the Chinese leader show that he has a little bit more power, and maybe that helps him in negotiations with Donald Trump to get what he wants if he can deliver the North Korean leader to talks with Donald Trump.
Alex, what do you reckon? What do you reckon about China here? Has it quietly accepted? Because as Michael mentioned, there's this elephant in the room in the form of the nuclear capabilities of North Korea. Both leaders meet. Neither seem to discuss North Korea's nuclear capability. Have they just said, right, we're going to quietly accept that North Korea has got nuclear capability and not reference it again and just move on from it? Is that what China's doing here?
I think the Chinese president is happy in terms of controlling the situation when it comes to North Korea. North Korea has had nuclear weapons for over a decade. They made it very obvious they have nuclear weapons in terms of their own testing. They've also been testing increasingly ICBMs. They've also been looking to build out their fleet. So North Korea hasn't been standing still. But at the same time, if you look at the region, if you look at the global play in terms of politics, North Korea is not on Iran. So, you know, it's limited in scope. It is there. It's not causing any issues, so to speak, in terms of the region. What is interesting in terms of China is it's basically saying to the US, look, this is our neighborhood. And if you look at US policy in terms of the global situation, Asia has been very much put to the side. You know, when President Trump was in Beijing, he didn't discuss anything in terms of Taiwan. It wasn't even mentioned publicly by either party, which again, I think suits them. What is, again, fascinating with North Korea, if you look back to President Trump's first period in office, it was one of the big issues. You remember the bromance which they had in 2018, where they met in Singapore. They were discussing about an agreement basically to do what they're now doing with Iran, you know, reduce your or give up your nuclear capabilities. We will reduce or remove sanctions. I think given what's happened in our region, I think North Korea would be looking at itself and saying, why would we want to do that? You know, nuclear weapons are essentially a way that we can leverage our power, we can leverage our influence. And again, China has ultimate control because China controls the only land border, the only way that North Korea can bring anything in or export anything out of the country. So, you know, China really holds all the cards here. And Xi Jinping is making that very clear to his American counterparts.
I mean, I would also maybe potentially argue, and Michael, question to you on this one, that Kim Jong-un actually holds some cards as well here. He seems to be in somewhat playing China off of Russia in terms of this power play right now. Is that maybe potentially what we're seeing? Is that a wise move?
So I think it's certainly one of the few cards that he has to play. He wants to make sure that he does have a healthy relationship with the Russians, I think. I also believe that he wants to make sure that he has a healthy relationship with the Chinese. And I think you want to make sure that you are letting your friend know that you have other friends. It's imperative that the North Koreans continue to do what they're doing, making sure that the Chinese are kept close and the Russians are kept close. And it's probably in his best interests to make sure that they both are kept guessing a little bit, so that they are both willing to work with him and give him some of what he needs. Otherwise, North Korea is going to be, you know, finding itself in an even worse position economically than it currently does.
Finally, Alex, I want to turn to you on this. Do you think that this is also maybe potentially a message from North Korea to the US to say, hey, by the way, don't forget we've got allies over here, just to play it safe?
Look, I think it just seemed to say, we're still here.
Yeah, don't forget us.
You know, we haven't gone anywhere. We haven't disappeared. You know, we are still an issue that you should be thinking about carefully because, again, we would love sanctions relief. We would love to be able to bring in more currency. We'd love to be more secure in terms of our position as a country. And given we are now 8 years beyond 2018, nothing has really moved the needle in terms of the US and North Korea. So it is something I think that they would like to restart in one shape or form, given the US are preoccupied with the Middle East. We will see.
Alex, Michael, thank you both for your thoughts on that. We'll leave it there for now. Thank you so much. Moving on, showbiz meets politics. He is the former reality star on MTV's The Hills, but sadly, for Spencer Pratt, LA Mayor is not going to be on his resume or LinkedIn, at least not anytime soon. The young Republican is out of the running after he failed to qualify for November's runoff against the current mayor, Karen Bass. Alex, we'll turn to you on this. Tricky, another celebrity who's getting into politics. This time it's Spencer Pratt who's lost, and I don't know if that's reassuring or if it's worrying that he got so far in the first place. I'm not sure which way to take this news.
Well, look, first of all, Americans love celebrities turning into politicians. You know, we've got President Trump, who was on The Apprentice, with his catchphrase, "You're fired." You have, the most famous Californian to run for office, which was President Reagan in the 1980s.
50 terrible movies.
Well, look, I think the 50 is a big number. I'll probably give him maybe 45 or 46. Some were okay. But what I would say in terms of celebrities, they have a number of advantages. One is they are known entities. They're known by the public, they're known by the media. So they've already got a head start. They already have the oxygen of publicity wherever they go. They are followed. The second thing is, in order to be a celebrity today, you've got to be able to communicate well. You've got to be able to deliver the soundbite. You've got to be able to essentially deliver the message through either the media or social media, through digital channels. And that's what Pratt did very well. He obviously didn't do it well enough, but you've also got to think that this is California. This is very much
a blue state.
A blue state. Yeah, exactly. He did look to local issues. He is a local. One of his biggest issues that he was campaigning on was the inability of the mayor to effectively tackle the Palisades fires last year, of which he was also somebody who lost his own home during that time. So he did look at local issues. He was known. He was seen as a Californian from LA. But at the same time, it wasn't enough to carry him through. So being a celebrity will take you far, but maybe not to the finish line, at least not in this example.
Maybe we needed a more relevant celebrity, because I haven't heard of Spencer Pratt in probably, prior to this year, about 15 years.
Well, I was going to say, look, The Hills was in 2008, so it's been a while.
I vaguely remember it, obviously. Michael, celebrity candidates, are they somewhat of a joke, or is it actually now something that is maybe a warning sign for politics and the future of politics, as Alex referenced there?
So you might consider them a joke, but you certainly have to take them seriously. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples, not just of politicians, but others who have a fairly significant sway in the world of politics. If you remember, it was July in 2024 that there was a scathing op-ed that appeared in the New York Times talking about how Joe Biden should bow out of the race and let Kamala Harris run, which, of course, is eventually what happened. But the person who wrote that piece was not a politician. It was George Clooney. Another example, and one of the reasons why Donald Trump is in office is because Charlie Kirk and Turning Point did such a great job trying to get out the vote for young men. And they did that through TikTok. Another example, even more recently, is Zoran Mamdani became mayor of New York, partly because of the infectious nature and the popularity and the consistently appearing on social media. Now, when we gauge social media, when we talk about its success, it's usually likes, shares.
I believe, Michael, we may have lost your feed for just 1 second. We'll try and get you back. But Alex, I'll turn back to you on this one while we're getting Michael back onto our chat once again. Like we've said, there has been a lot of celebrities who've ventured into this. One might argue that it is a celebrity who would potentially know the market better. They will know that field better. And like you've said, they'll give you that soundbite and they'll get straight into it. And they can then concentrate on doing the job at hand, whatever that may be, the politics of that particular job that they've walked into because they've been elected into that position. So you might argue that actually they're probably more suited than the average Joe who's come up through the ranks of party politics.
You could argue that, and there are a lot of potential Democrat runners for not just the midterms, but also longer term in 2028. We've had people dropping names such as Oprah Winfrey. She's often been talked about in terms of a potential Democratic politician. I think the challenge you've got as a celebrity is as soon as you dip your toes in the water of politics, you know you're going to lose a significant portion of your fan base. So is that something you want to do? The same with sports stars as well. With sports, it's a little bit different because often sports is associated with one group or the other group. But again, it's a risk that people will take. Arnie did it very well when he became the governor. And his positioning was, even though he ran as a Republican, he governed for everyone. And I think, to pull that off is a very difficult trick. So, if you want to go down that route, sports stars, I would add that they often will do it at the end of their career, once their playing days are over. But with celebrities, it's a different case because, again, you can be a celebrity until the end of your days.
Michael, I want to pass back to you on this one because there is a Canadian example of this as well. Ken Dryden, who ran for office and got elected as well. So I don't know how well he's performing, in fact, but that's been a sports star, an athlete who turned to politics afterwards. And I don't know how much success he's had in that role, but maybe there is potentially some call and some market for that.
So he hasn't been in office for a number of years, and he was in the Senate, which in Canada is an appointed position. But he had enough of a profile that he was someone who was considered by, the Prime Minister for him to be appointed to the Senate. Now, Ken Dryden, a very famous NHL goalie in ice hockey, passed away this year, but he had such cachet that he was able to, as we're talking about here, translate that popularity into the world of politics. And I would just bring it back to the Donald Trump administration, because you have a defense secretary who was a TV host. You have the head of the FBI who was a podcaster. And of course, you have the president himself. I would say that nowadays what you're talking about is policy versus platform. And you could argue that because most voters in America distrust traditional politicians, that most would feel more comfortable going with somebody that they recognize, even if they're not quite sure of their politics. Graham Plattner, who's running for Senate in Maine, he's a perfect example, somebody who probably 10 or 12 years ago would not have survived some of the recent news that's come out about his past. But it's a different era today. Politics is almost just a popularity contest, and policies don't seem to have the same gravitas that they once did.
US President Donald Trump, he's abruptly ended an interview with NBC after he clashed with the presenter, Kristen Welker, over his claims that recent elections were rigged. When repeatedly pressed for evidence on this, Trump accused the media of being dishonest before cutting the interview very short and walking off the set. Let's have a quick look at the moment that he stormed off.
This country, we're like a third world country. Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and at least the press is crooked, and so is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But Mr. President,
you're one-sided crooked networks. Right, let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the rain with you.
I know.
I've sat in the rain with you for an hour, on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what? A country can never be great with a dishonest
press. Listen, we traveled all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
Gemma, let's go to you on this first. What do you make of that? Trump's latest outburst. We've seen something similar like this before. But also the administration has got a bit of a long-running battle, I want to call it, with the so-called crooked media. And this is just the latest in that, it seems.
Yeah, watching that clip, I mean, it's clearly someone who is at the end of their tether. But that's what presidents, that's the job. You're going to be asked questions that you don't want to answer. And I think this showed how woefully unprepared he is for any kind of vaguely hardball interview, because as we know, he has, made it so that the White House press pool is now kind of filled with media outlets that are sympathetic to him and almost, I'm going to say it, sycophantic. So it's a bit childlike, I think, to storm out of an interview in this way. I think it sort of speaks to a lack of intelligence pertaining to an inability to think on your feet. You know, you're being faced with these hard questions. You've got such a position of power. You must be expecting them, and you must have previously worked with your media team and looked at all the different questions that you might be asked. You know, you should be prepared for this kind of thing. So obviously he's being asked about the California primary elections. He said there was vote rigging. And Welker, the journalist, she asked him for evidence, and he said his evidence was, all I have to do is look and I listen. And she rightly said, she's doing her job, you know, she rightly said, that's not evidence. And I think one of the bigger issues here is that claims of vote rigging have real life consequences. He can't just say something and not expect his very galvanized fan base and voter base to not react to it. We saw the January the 6th insurrection that had been directly linked to things that he had said about elections being stolen and elections being rigged. So I think if you've got a fan base and a voter base who go on their feelings as opposed to facts, what you say has real life consequences. So, you know, I feel that's quite sort of damaging for democracy, you know, to see the president kind of getting so head up, accusing the media of bias, because it's a democracy. And in a democracy, a free press is one of the fundamental cornerstones of a democracy. But he seems very angry. He seems to forget, you know, that this is a democracy and that, you know, these journalists, they can ask what they want. So over the years, though, Trump has accused such a wide range of media organizations of bias. CNN, the New York Times, the Washington Post, NBC, ABC, the Wall Street Journal. So he has referred to them collectively. We all know the term as the fake news media, and it's always when their coverage towards him is negative. So, I mean, this is just in keeping with the pattern.
Look, Wissam, I think there's a few things. If there's these allegations of the rigged elections, no evidence behind that, as we've discussed already. But if that is there, that is politically very concerning for Donald Trump. But if you're a voter, if you're a hardcore MAGA supporter and you watch that interview, what do you see it as? Do you see somebody who's a leader who's standing up for himself? Or do you see somebody who's avoiding what could be a very difficult or an awkward question that he feels he's already answered?
I feel that if I were a MAGA supporter, a diehard Trump fan, I would be delighted to see Trump as Trump. And this is why those are the people he was catering for them at the very moment. So, as Gemma was saying, I mean, obviously the era of political correctness has long died with Donald Trump. We are not in that era where things were up to certain rules. And somehow the world, I mean, he has normalized the fact that he could do this and the world would accept. And also the world has normalized this new style and somehow accepts that Trump has a certain way of acting that not are up to the common rules of what has been the case for the last century. Now, having said this, I would say that Trump had a little moment of insecurity, and he really needed to reaffirm who he really is, what is his style. And basically he was saying, I am Donald Trump, who is still against the fake news media. I'm still facing all those people who are just, you know, wasting my time with baseless allegations about elections. The word election itself is so irritating for him. So in a way, I would say that this whole scene was somehow provoked. I mean, I would say that he could have decided previously that this is something I would say, I would do, and I would find a moment to do it, because this is his style. He needs to reaffirm every couple of months or so. He needs to be in such an event, such a drama around media, that it will make him look Donald Trump for his MAGA supporters.
I guess, Gemma, back to you on this. We've seen in the past political leaders walk out of interviews. We've seen Boris Johnson get a bit irate with some vexing questions that were about Brexit at the time. And if we're going to look at the celebrity lifestyle, we've seen Tom Cruise walk out of interviews as well. And I think we have to look at Donald Trump, where he takes a little bit from A and a little bit from B. He is the celebrity president. Mm-hmm. So when you take those things into account and you see him walk off, do you think he's just playing into, like Wissam said, Trumpisms, so to speak, whereby he is the celebrity first, the apprentice, so to speak, more than anything else, and then second of all, he's the president?
I absolutely agree. He's giving the voters what they want. They expect this. They might think it makes him look authoritative and in control. And also, you know, from a journalist perspective, this clip has gone viral in ways that it wouldn't have if it had just been a normal, traditional sit-down interview. So, obviously the news agency is getting their kind of moment in the spotlight as well. But yes, he's giving his base what they want, what they expect, and what they love about him.
I would add to what Gemma is saying. A lot of people argue about what is Donald Trump at core. I mean, many people would say he's a businessman, he's a man of deals. But at the end, what defines really Donald Trump is a man of entertainment. He's the guy of TV. He's the beauty pageant. I mean, he's the guy who is waiting for that finale, for that scenery, that final, set that he is waiting. And that applies also to geopolitical subjects like Iran, like other things. He is waiting for the entertainment scene to be complete. And that was a moment for TV for him. Now, to say something to his favor, really. I mean, there is the style of the man, which is widely controversial. And people would suggest, don't think. I mean, even his voters would say, don't think of his style. And there is his agenda, what he wants to achieve. I mean, his goals economically, politically. And his supporters would say, focus on what he is achieving, what he wants, really. The style is the style. The numbers, the achievements is what you should think about. And they still believe that what he's doing is good for America.
Gemma, I'm going to very quickly pass to you for the last question on this. We've seen it before. Are we likely to see it again? Do you think somebody in the White House and the press team of the White House is saying, you know what, actually, that's not great for us? Or do you think this is actually a PR dream? It's going to make the headlines, and very rarely does an interview make so many headlines as this one has.
Well, I think what we've found over his, term is that Trump has, I think, at times forgotten that he's the president of the United States, and that is everyone in the United States, whether they vote Democrat or Republican. And right now, I feel that he's only appealing to his very hardcore base rather than working to be the president of absolutely everyone in the country. Will we see it again? Absolutely. But I do wish that he would remember that he is the president of the United States and not just of Republican voters.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Well, we're joined now by Danny Satrinovich, who is an Iran specialist. He's a former Israeli military intelligence officer and was Israel's defense intelligence representative in the United States. He joins us now from Tel Aviv. Danny, it's great to have you with us on the programme. Thank you for taking the time to speak to us. On the one hand, we're hearing from President Trump calling on Israel for restraint in Lebanon, and yet we've seen fresh deadly attacks on Lebanese territory today. 8 people killed in the south of Lebanon. And the Iranian Foreign Ministry doesn't believe that Israel would carry out any action without prior coordination and cooperation with the United States. I'm wondering, is that the case? I mean, does Israel ever act without consultation with the White House and its blessing?
Thank you very much for inviting me. And just to relate to you, it's an important question. I'll say that definitely Israel and the U.S. are coordinated, but Israel is an independent country. And Israel believes that the need to act against Hezbollah and to dismantle Hezbollah, or trying to dismantle Hezbollah by military means. The problem that we have is not that we are not coordinated with the U.S. The problem that we have is we are not able to dismantle Hezbollah with only military means. And we need to go also for the political means. And this is the problem that we have. We're relying too much on the military force, and we can see that not only in Lebanon, but also in Gaza and West Bank, and also regarding Iran, and electing the diplomatic muscle that we need to use in order to reach an agreement that will serve the Israeli interests. So Israel and Lebanon need to work also with the Lebanese government to help it to overcome Hezbollah. The problem that we have is not that we are not coordinated with the U.S., but we think that only by military means we can find a solution for that, and that is, of course, not the answer.
But there is a problem if you listen to some of what President Trump's been saying. I mean, he gave an interview with Axios in which he warned the Israeli leader not to return to war with Iran. President Trump is quoted as saying, "I said, Bibi, you better be careful or you'll be on your own very soon." I mean, how serious is it, the idea that, you know, perhaps Israel and the United States are going in different directions?
That is very serious and very problematic to the state of Israel. And we need to remember that one of the strengths of Israel's security establishment and ability to project force, especially towards Iran, is a good coordination with the U.S. and the fact that we have the U.S. backing. The fact that the U.S. president wants to reach an agreement with Iran and Israel want to see the extension of this war is a problematic because it actually shows to our friends and also enemies in the region like Iran that we are not aligned. And this is a major problem. It's not only when Trump's saying, "I'm not interested that Israel return back to the war," but actually alluring to the fact that Israel will do anything that he wants. And actually, I'm not sure that he's got it wrong. So the problem that we have right now is actually twofold. One, that we are highly dependent on the U.S., and it will be very hard for Israel to act alone without the U.S. support. But even more than that, even the U.S. will reach an agreement with Iran, Israel has no ability to change this reality. Netanyahu cannot go to the Congress and give a speech against Trump like he did with the Obama era. So we are in a very problematic situation where we're not supported by the U.S. in continuing of the war, and U.S. is pushing us for an agreement that Israel doesn't want to see with Iran.
Right. So you're saying basically that Trump clearly wants a deal, and he said to Iran, he said, quote, you've shot your missiles, that's enough, now get back to the table and make a deal. And what I'm hearing from you is that perhaps Israel doesn't actually want a deal. They think perhaps, and I don't really think the logic behind that is that perhaps they'd be kicking the can down the road if they did strike a deal right now. Do you think that's the calculation? Do you think that's what's holding Israel back?
Well, yeah, I agree. And I think that we have to remember one thing about the Israeli policy regarding Iran. Israel see every agreement with Iran is a bad deal because it's any deal will strengthen the same regime that Israel seeks to topple. And we are not aligned with the U.S. in that regard. As I mentioned, the U.S. is really want to end this war and reaching an agreement that Israel is opposed. Israel want to turn back to war. Israel want to preserve the maximum pressure campaign. It's not going to happen if the U.S. will reach an agreement with Iran. So Israel is in a very deep problem right now. And I was thinking that just 4 months ago, we went to war with the U.S. to topple the regime. And now U.S. wants to reach an agreement with this regime. And Israel is stayed in its own current policy. But looking into the future, we're in a much greater problem in Israel, because this was our policy towards Iran: only sticks, no carrots, relying on us aligning with the U.S. Acting against Iran. Now, obviously, if Trump reached an agreement with Iran, this strategy has actually failed, and we have to think about a new policy regarding Iran, knowing that without the support of the U.S., it would be very hard for us to tackle the Iranian capabilities.
I mean, does Netanyahu need a deal in the same way that President Trump needs a deal because he's got the midterms coming up? I mean, Netanyahu does have an electoral test of his own in the autumn, probably in October. Does it make a difference to his standing? I mean, presumably he must think that having an ongoing war and showing Iran he means business boosts his chances in the ballot box. Is that his calculation?
Definitely a deal is good for Trump because we know the constraints. You know, you have the World Cup, you had 250 years anniversary for the U.S., you have 80-year-old birthday of Trump, and of course you have the midterm, and he wants to lower the gas price. So definitely he needs an agreement. I'm not saying he will be there because it's going to be very hard. The Iranians are very hard clients, but he definitely is trying to do so. From the Israeli standpoint, an agreement is a severe blow for Netanyahu because actually it shows that the war failed and the regime is there. Netanyahu is hoping to return back to war, but if not, then at least to the maximum pressure campaign, saying eventually that he will push back the U.S. or other elements to return back to war against Iran. And the deal, of course, will prevent that from happening. And that will be a blow for Netanyahu that hoped that the war would strengthen his position in the Israeli public. And now we are seeing that this failure is not helping him in his poll. And the agreement between the US and Iran will be another severe blow for him. So it's another reason why he's trying to object this kind of a deal, but his ability to influence Trump is highly limited. We have to acknowledge that.
Right. So we've concluded that a deal is good for Trump, perhaps not so good for Netanyahu. And it sounds like you agree with the reports of strains, tensions, exasperation, whatever we're going to call it, between these two men, Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump. Do you see a point at which perhaps President Trump could essentially scapegoat Netanyahu, throw him under the bus, and perhaps point the finger of blame at him for leading him, we might say in colloquial British English, down the garden path, essentially into a quagmire, into a trap?
Well, one thing won't happen. That's obviously Trump won't say he failed. So if you need to blame someone, it will be Netanyahu. We already seen indication for that from the talks that we have, the scripts. Again, if you're believing everything that's being published in places in the U.S., I think that if we'll take that for granted, obviously that Trump already started the blame game, saying to Netanyahu about that. There is a sense that he feels that Netanyahu tricked him. Now, still, we have to remember that Netanyahu and Trump have good relations. So it's not that we will see everything being burned in the relations between those two. But I still think that we'll see more and more indications coming from the U.S., blaming Israel for misleading the U.S., meaning the administration. And as I mentioned, we already have indication for that. Now, we have to remember one thing about that. The U.S. will determine what will happen with Iran. With all respect to Israel and Israel capabilities, we have limited capability to influence that, because when you're going to war with a superpower like the U.S. will decide how we're going to start a war, but also will decide how it's going to end, despite what Israel wants. And this is the price that Israel is paying for fighting alongside the U.S. It's a be careful what we wish for phenomena.
And also, it's a bit of a last chance, isn't it, for Israel in some respects, because there must be people in Israel who've made the calculation that a future US administration might be nothing like as accommodating as the one that's there right now. I mean, do you think this is perhaps something of a last chance for Israel?
I'm afraid you're absolutely right. I don't see, from Democratic side, Republican side, even Trump after the midterm election, I don't think we'll see the same thing happening and ever again. The U.S. bringing here carriers and threatening the Iran and actually attacking Iran twice, not even once, in June and in February. And this is so unique that I don't think it's really a unique event in time that's not going to return back, a very singular event. And I think that, as I mentioned, regardless of whether we'll have candidates from Democratic side, Republican side, they're not going to return back to this adventure. I think Israel had one chance, and we have to admit that we failed. Yes, we had operational achievements, but at the end of the day, we didn't topple the regime. Israel killed, for the first time in history, a leader of another country, not to bring a deal to dilute the enriched material in Iran, to topple the regime. And we failed that. And even worse than that, we have a worse regime now in Iran, more to the extreme. And look what happened just 2 days ago when launched missiles toward the state of Israel, while Israel even attacking Beirut, not attacking Tehran. So in a very problematic situation now and for the future, and I think we have to return back to the drawing board and rethink our policy regarding Iran, because definitely what we tried to do, we didn't accomplish.
And what's for sure is that Iran must be delighted to read reports of this important relationship under strain, the relationship between the leaders of the United States and Israel. Since you mention Lebanon, and, we've seen multiple reports in recent weeks and seen the pictures. I mean, entire swathes of southern Lebanon have been flattened. We've spoken to a number of people, including Lebanese officials, who suspect that Israel is eyeing perhaps a territorial expansion, you might call it. In fact, some Israelis say as much. They're caught on camera saying as much. What do you believe Israel's intentions are in Lebanon?
Well, Israel's intention is first and foremost to bring peace and security to the people that live in the northern part of Israel. That's from the 7th of October. They're having a hard time living in their houses because of the constant attacks coming from Hezbollah. I don't believe that Israel has any willingness to expand our borders. But the fact is that we are hearing people, even ministers in our own government, saying that. So I can understand why people suspect that. But looking at what Israel is trying to do and looking in the past, I don't think that is what Israel intends to do. I really hope that we are able to work with the Lebanese government, that I think it's a historical change in Lebanon. Joseph Aoun, I think, is a leader just like Anwar Sadat was back then in Egypt, willing to negotiate with Israel while they are in war with Israel. So I think that Israel needs to work with them, work with Nawaf Salam, to strengthen the Lebanese government, to weaken dramatically Hezbollah, knowing that we cannot dismantle Hezbollah completely. We have to accept also our restrictions, also a kinetic one. And I think we have to work forward, even withdrawing from Lebanon, as some sort of a gift or present to Aoun, showing that working with Israel has its benefits. But unfortunately, as long as we continue staying in Lebanon, and our minister is talking about expanding Israel, then I can understand why people think about the greater Israel concept, that I really think that it's not even connected to reality, but unfortunately, those statements are very problematic in that regard.
Right, and those sorts of statements in that second scenario you just described there would serve as a perfect recruitment tool for Hezbollah because it would give them a raison d'etre, i.e. to defend Lebanese sovereign territory. I want to draw on your intel experience and ask you about something President Trump has been saying in the last few days. I think it was last Wednesday. He told reporters, quote, "We actually spoke with Hezbollah for the first time ever." And then Hezbollah has gone on to say we actually had no direct contact whatsoever with President Trump. So I'm wondering to myself, who do you think President Trump has been speaking to, thinking he's been speaking to Hezbollah? Do you think he has been speaking to them?
I suspect he didn't speak to Hezbollah. I speak maybe not him directly, but maybe Issa, the ambassador, spoke to Nabil Berri, that he is the representative of Hezbollah in the eyes of the American side. So this is, I think, as close as they can ever speak to Hezbollah, that has no interest, I think, speaking to the U.S. as well. But I think Berri is in a very unique position where he can coordinate between Hezbollah and the U.S. and also have good, of course, connection with Joseph Aoun. He's an important figure that I think, in the terms of negotiating on the future of Lebanon, I think he's incremental in terms of how things will move forward and how we can bring also Hezbollah to the table. Again, we have to understand Hezbollah is a terror organization that wants to destroy the state of Israel. But I think that this is the main reason we have to work with Aoun and Salam to strengthen them, to strengthen the Lebanese armed forces. But in return to your question, I think the most that the U.S. can speak to regarding Hezbollah is actually Nabil Berri.
Okay, so the Speaker of Parliament there, you're saying, is the interlocutor between the two sides. I mean, does Israel have any back-channel communications with Hezbollah? And did you, during your time as an intel operative, ever engage with Hezbollah?
Well, of course, I highly doubt it. Israel has no direct link to Hezbollah, it's an organization, and Israel has no interest to do that. But Israel has the ability to move past and back and forth messages to the Lebanese government through UNIFIL, through other elements, through the U.S. representative in Lebanon. So if Israel wants to convey something to the Lebanese government, definitely we can do that. Let them know now that we have direct connection in the negotiation between them. In the past also we had meetings between LAF, the Lebanese armed forces, and Israeli elements in the Kura. So it's not a problem to pass back and forth messages. I think that the main problem that we have now is what is the best strategy solution in order to weaken Hezbollah and to strengthen the Lebanese government and to show eventually the tangible earning from working with Israel. I think this is the main thing that Israel needs to focus right now, and knowing that we have our limitations from Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Iran, and understanding that in the end of the day, you cannot end a war with only military might. You have to use also the diplomatic muscle that will enable you to capitalize on your military achievements.
Right, and again, you're echoing the point you made earlier about the total absence of carrots and the omnipresence of sticks, which is an important point. At one point, Danny, it really looked as though Hezbollah and Iran were hemorrhaging information, locations, top secret information. And that led, as we know, to the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah. It led to the assassination of the supreme leader that we talked about just a moment ago. Do you think Iran and Hezbollah have managed to plug whatever it was intel gap that was leaking all of this information?
Well, I think that the campaigns, the 12-day campaign and this campaign, the last one, actually show the intel and Persian superiority in the state of Israel. The fact that we managed to topple, to kill the RGC leader twice in a gap of 8 months, or even killing the Basij commander and people like Ali Larijani that knew that we are looking for them during the war, actually show the fact that we have intel superiority and we are able to reach everywhere in Iran. The problem is not this. The problem is the understanding that even if you have those military achievements, they are not being accumulated in strategic ones, meaning that, yes, we toppled those people. It was important in terms of create mayhem within the decision-making process in Iran, especially in the 12-day war. But in the other day, the regime will overcome that and able to show strength and to retaliate to the state of Israel. Same thing goes to Hezbollah. We had 2 major achievements against the organization, killing of Hassan Nasrallah and his replacement, Hashem Safiuddin, with a gap of a week, again showing our intel superiority. But then we thought that Hezbollah is actually disappearing, but he's still there. He's weakened. Naim Qassem is definitely not Hassan Nasrallah and not Hashem Safiuddin. He's not charismatic. But in the end of the day, they're still hanging on. They're still attacking our forces. So I think those events need to let us know one important thing. Despite our achievements and our operational intelligence superiority, we have to understand that we have also our limits. And we cannot use, as I mentioned, only our kinetics. And this is why I think that we have to utilize that in order to reach good agreements. If we're going to stay only on the decapitation side, it's important, but will not give us the solution or ending the war, whether it's in Hezbollah or Lebanon or in Iran.
But there's still a serious opportunity here for Israel, I'd assume, given that with the Iranian economy under severe strain, Lebanon's economy is under strain, a lot of the Hezbollah revenue sources and financial institutions no longer exist. Doesn't that mean that intel can be acquired at a much lower price in the market than perhaps it could have been 5 years ago?
Well, maybe yes, maybe no. Definitely when the situation is bad, it's maybe easier to lure people to work with you. But again, those are tactical operational questions and are not strategic ones. I think we have to look at the bigger picture. Intel is important, but we'll never have 100% intel. And I think intel is not the solution to the strategic problem that we have. I think one of the main problems that we had during this campaign that we thought that our intel superiority will allow us the ability to change the trajectory of a country like Iran. This is why we fell. So in terms of intel, we can, yes, no, you have more information, less information. That's important that you have, of course, more information. We'll never have 100%, but even more than that, that's not saying, even if you have intel superiority, that you're able to change the course of a country like Iran.
Okay, just lastly, and very briefly, if you don't mind, Danny, I mean, does it look and sound to you like an end to this conflict is going to happen in the days ahead, as some optimists seem to suggest it might?
Well, I think that definitely we are much closer to an agreement than escalation. I'm not saying escalation is not possible, but I was thinking that I think both sides are more or less crossed the Rubicon in the willingness to reach an agreement. It's very hard because Trump looking for a winning picture that the Iranians are not giving him, and the Iranians demand things that Trump really hesitate in terms of economic ease. But I think that returning back to the war, when you see the constraint of the U.S., I think it's a low point now. Yes, there are the spoilers of Lebanon and the Hormuz Straits that are challenging the ability of the sides to contain things. So with no agreement, definitely those spoilers are problematic. But all in all, I think that we are much closer to an agreement, and I think that the chances of the U.S. want to return back to some sort of a full-stage war, I think, are limited as well. This is why I think that we are on the final stretch, more or less, of this current escalation.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Danny Satrinovich, Iran specialist, former Israeli military intelligence officer. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, Jim Townsend is a former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense at the Pentagon. He joins us now from Washington. Jim, great to have you with us on the program once again. Let me start by asking you for your opinion. Does it look to you like a deal is on the horizon?
Well, I think it is on the horizon, but I'm afraid the horizon is a bit far out there. I think there are elements that they've agreed in terms of it's kind of an agreement to get an agreement. It's not going to be the long-term final agreement in terms of disposition of the uranium and this type of thing. This is a kind of an agreement to get us around the table. And I think they are close to that, but there's probably a sequencing issue here, or there's an issue where both sides are trying to work the politics of it, so both sides look like they're winners. So I think that's what we're seeing right now, posturing, rhetoric. But once that's done, I think we'll then see the big negotiations begin, which could take a long time.
Okay, and if the talks amount to nothing and they break down, do you see any likelihood of a return to all-out conflict? And if you do see that scenario, what do you see the US military doing differently in such a scenario?
Well, I think if this totally breaks down, there could very well be and I wouldn't think it'd be a long-term type of thing, but there could be a renewed violence as both sides express their frustration with one another. We'll see, maybe some strikes by the U.S., that kind of thing. And then I think that some of the nations in the region, whether it's Pakistan, Oman, others, getting back involved to try to patch it all back together again. I think both sides would like to get out of this. Both sides want to get out looking like winners. And they also know that the big decisions are ahead. So they're playing for time in some ways, but neither really has unlimited time. They might claim they do, but both sides have a clock. And I think if they're going to return to something violent, it's going to be as a trying to get back to the table, but they might have to go through that first.
Okay, Jim, I mean, we're about 14 weeks, aren't we now, since President Trump ordered the attacks on Iran. The US military is having to adapt to a very unusual state, which is it's not a state of conflict exactly. It's not a full war, and it's not peace either. What does that tell us? Does it tell us that there's no appetite for war? Does it tell us that we're in a total stalemate?
Well, we're in a place that is very unusual in so many ways. I mean, dealing with Iran takes a long time, and there's twists and turns, so that's not so unusual. I think what's unusual for all of us is watching this play out in public. If you were watching the JCPOA negotiations under the Obama administration, you would see some twists and turns and plays and this kind of thing. But of course it was done quietly behind closed doors. Instead, we're all watching this happen, getting frustrated and not understanding it. So you could call it a stalemate, but it's really a pause while the negotiators and the two nations posture right now. I think they've had some discussions which led to having an agreement that's probably within reach, but they've reached an end game here. Where they're trying to manipulate what it looks like to the outside. Trump he's got a certain message he wants it to look like to the American people, and the Iranians are the same way. And so I don't think either one wants to get back to war, that's for sure. I think they want to try to get past this initial talks and get into the major negotiations over uranium and this kind of thing. But they've got to look like winners, both sides, and that's why they're posturing now.
Joseph Votel, who is the former commander of the U.S. Military Central Command, described the current phase of the conflict as, quote, very, very dangerous. And I'm wondering whether you share his concerns. Is it particularly dangerous, do you think, to be in this sort of limbo situation, whether it's neither all-out conflict nor is it peace?
Well, I think in the Middle East, limbo is dangerous. I think it's dangerous anywhere, but I think particularly in the Middle East, where things can be triggered and violence happen, unwittingly. But I think another word might be that it's dangerous, but it's fragile. What we're looking at now, what the two sides using these intermediaries have been able to agree is fragile. And I think the danger in this is that something could happen, and it almost did with the exchange of missiles between Iran and Israel just 24, 48 hours ago. That shows how fragile things are and what can happen with that if things do break apart and we resume fighting. And so that's the kind of danger that lurks when you have something fragile such as we have right now, this fragile ceasefire. And once that breaks and you get back to violence in the Middle East, that can certainly go in different directions.
What's it like for the US military when they're on standby like this? And they're at this constant state of, I think it's called level 10 alert vigilance. I mean, it's not at all typical to be on standby for such a long period of time. What's it like for them?
Well, it's tough. And that's another clock, I think, that Trump is having to work against is not just his own midterm elections, but he's got to worry about the military who are out there, the Navy. They're on these ships. And those, there's a morale issue with the crew, obviously. There's an exhaustion factor. There's maintenance that's got to be done on a routine basis that they're not going to be able to do. There's the ammunition shortage, of course, that we've heard about. But they're at a high state of operations. They're on patrol. They're shooting down whether it's missiles or drones. So they're on constant watch, constant alert, and that takes a lot of energy and a lot of maintenance, and it takes a lot of logistical wear and tear on that fleet. And if the Marines are still there, I'm not even sure where they are now, but they're also going through an exhaustive period for them. They can't train. They're on these ships. They might go in maybe to do some training in the region if they've got time to do it. But this isn't something that the military can do forever. Their fighting edge is dulled over time if they're sitting and waiting. And so this is something that I know is having an impact, and they don't know where this is going either. That's something else too, is the unknowable. What should they plan for? What's the worst case? What kind of supplies are they going to need if they don't know where they're going next? So there's a lot that goes into a fatigue factor that certainly impacts the fighting capability of those forces in the region.
Sure. I mean, clearly under a lot of pressure, a lot of strain, the active service members and, of course, their families as well. And as you say, that's affecting morale. One of the polls I saw was a May poll conducted by Reuters Ipsos. It said that 1 in 4 respondents, only 1 in 4 respondents view the US military action in Iran as having been worth it. So that would imply 3 out of 4 people do not think this military campaign has been worth it. Do you think figures like that also affect morale?
Oh, I think so. I think, in the military, when you're under such stress and strain and you're tired, it's good to know that the public has your back, that everyone understands why you're there. You understand why you're there. Your leadership understands that. You feel like a team. You're going towards a common objective, and you're getting letters and news from home that are supportive, where you know that those you love understand why you're there. Right now, it's hard to determine that. And we're not at the end of this either. We'll see if at the end, and again, not just of these negotiations, but the bigger ones to follow, if in fact there can be agreement that does away with the nuclear threat from Iran, which of course is a long-term one. If it opens up the Gulf, if these bigger goals have been reached at the end of the day, then I think that, you could have an argument that this was, in fact, worth it, particularly if the nuclear threat is just done away with. But if at the end of all of this, you come away with about what you had when you started, then certainly there's a lot of question about was this worth it at the end of the day. But when you're in the middle of it, it is really good to have support coming from home and from your leadership, and for everyone to have a clear understanding on why you're there.
Right, and you started that answer talking about common objectives, and I wondered whether you've detected a growing divergence in the objectives between the United States and the objectives of the Israelis.
Well, I think there's definitely, there might be somewhat of a common purpose there. Both countries look on Iran as a threat in different ways, as a force for instability in the region, a dangerous region, as Votel said. And so there is some commonality, but I think there's an agenda that Netanyahu has that is not necessarily Trump's. and they can work at cross purposes. And I think we're seeing that with Netanyahu's war now going on into Beirut against Hezbollah. That they, of course, are proxies for the Iranians, and they're being pushed back hard by Israel for good reason, by the way. But that, of course, is getting bleeding over in what Trump's trying to do, which is to extract himself and to look like he's got a winner on his hands. And Iran is making that hard because they want to use that as as a force mechanism over Netanyahu, and to have Netanyahu pull back from his attacks. So there's a lot of cross purposes going on here, and the agendas aren't necessarily the same ones.
Do you think there is a sense in the United States that somehow Israel has led America astray? Because that's certainly one of the narratives you can read between the lines.
Well, I think it's interesting. I think among the American people, Israel, particularly after Gaza, after they were attacked by Hezbollah in such a monstrous way a few years ago, but the results of that, what Israel has done with Gaza, and of course this wider war now with Hezbollah striking Iran, I think there is a lot of confusion and mixed feelings among people in the United States who are supportive of Iran, of Israel, supportive of Israel, understanding of the situation Israel finds itself in, particularly after their attacks, the attack on Israel and their response. And now, but they have over the past number of years seen the violence and the tragedy of a lot of this warring back and forth. I think there's confusion among a lot of the American people about how they feel. On the one hand, they feel supportive, but on the other hand, they are aghast at a lot of the death and destruction among civilians, particularly. So, being led astray, I don't know if they've determined one way or another. They're just, I think they're very confused about how they feel.
And President Trump clearly sounds frustrated in some of the interviews that he gives and some of the readouts of some of the phone conversations he's had with Netanyahu, or at least the reported readouts, have suggested there are fraying tempers, fraying tensions between those two men. And we're hearing President Trump come out with things saying things like, I call the shots, Israel doesn't call the shots. Why is he having to say that?
Well, I think he is feeling. He's feeling very sensitive about his image, and his image is always one who's in charge. His image is always one of having the cards. Whether you're Zelensky or Netanyahu, you don't have any. He does. He likes that feeling of that he's got these cards. Does he really believe that or not? I don't know. But certainly he's sensitive to the criticism that he doesn't have the cards, that in fact he's being manipulated by Netanyahu, that he's a puppet, and Netanyahu has gotten us into this war, and Netanyahu has convinced Trump to do this or that. I think he's very sensitive about that. So I feel he's got to always defend this concept out there that that's the situation, whether he's being accused of that or not in an interview or something like that. I think he feels very sensitive about that and wants to make sure that his followers know that, no, in this case, he's got the cards and he's the one in charge. And that may or may not be true.
Indeed. I mean, President Trump puts out that message, and then just using today as a case study, we've got President Trump on the one hand calling for restraint in Lebanon, and then we read reports that the Israelis have hit the port city of Tyre in the south of Lebanon, killed at least 8 people. That's just today. I mean, not only is that going, in the face of what the President of the United States is calling for, it's placing, isn't it, traditional U.S. alliances in this region that I'm talking to you from under quite a lot of strain, I'd have thought, isn't it?
Well, it is, and I think the situation that the two leaders face right now is one of high stress, considering, how they're engaged. They're both, they've got their forces in battle. They're under a lot of criticism, both of them are. The outcomes are not known very well in terms of the trajectory on where these two events are going, both in Lebanon and in Iran. Are they going in the right direction? Is this going to be a winner? And then, as I said, they find themselves clashing in terms of what their agendas are. And for Netanyahu particularly, he's got an agenda that he has had for decades and decades. He's doing some things now that go beyond his feelings towards Trump or his feelings towards the United States. He feels he's got the destiny of Israel in his hands, and that he's going to finish the job no matter what happens in Washington or what he's being told is happening there. So I think, they're under a lot of stress, not just because of the situation itself, the characteristics of the warfare that they're involved in, but because of what they're trying to do ultimately, and the pressures and the criticisms that they're getting from all sides at home as they try to pursue these agendas. And for Netanyahu, this is existential.
Okay, we've heard from the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth saying that it could take years to replenish U.S. inventories of missiles and interceptors. How serious, in your mind, is the concern about depleted supplies of munitions?
It's very serious, and this is something that is no secret among people who watch these kinds of things. This is concerns about our stocks of particularly the exquisite or the very high-tech missiles that are used, the air defense missiles, long-range strike missiles. Those have been depleted, certainly since the Biden administration and the second invasion of Ukraine. And a lot of these were provided to Ukraine, and then a lot of them were used defending Israel from Iran earlier on. I mean, there has been a much higher usage of this than ever considered by those in the government who have to buy these missiles. You know, this wasn't this string of actions that have been undertaken where we've needed this ammunition. Houthis, for instance. I don't think those in the logistical world 5 years ago, 10 years ago, when they were making contracts to buy these missiles, they had a usage rate like that in mind. This was not foreseen. And so now we find ourselves going from one engagement to another, and these stocks have dropped down. And I think everyone has watched this, and they've warned successive presidents about usage rates and to find alternatives to the exquisite weapons, particularly. And so this is something that everyone is taking very seriously, and it's really up to industry to somehow surge and to cut the time it takes to manufacture these weapons. And I'm sure they're working on that now, but like Hegseth said, it's going to take a while for some of these Patriot missiles and others to be manufactured to the point where the magazines are filled to where they need to be.
Okay, well, we've covered a lot of ground. I still wanted to ask you a lot more questions, but I'm being told we're out of time. Thank you so much for being so generous with your time. Jim Townsend, former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense at the Pentagon. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking to us.
You're welcome.
Well, let's get more on all of this and discuss it with Matthew Stadlen, who's a broadcaster and author who joins us from the United Kingdom. Great to have you back with us, Matthew. Thank you for your time. We're also joined by Amanda Mackey, who is a Republican strategist and lawyer who's joining us today from Washington, D.C. Amanda, why don't we start with you? The White House says there's a good reason for denying this referee, Omar Artan, entry to the country. I mean, how strong is the evidence?
Well, we haven't really heard the evidence. We've only heard from Andrew Giuliani's son, who is the spokesperson here for the game. And basically, he's just said that there's derogatory information. He backs the information, and he backs the decision to not grant him the ability to come to the United States and be a referee. Obviously, this is causing a lot of consternation in the worldwide soccer community. Being an Iranian myself, obviously, Iran has a role in this too, not directly with the referee issue, but having to go through Mexico, and that has obviously taken away from maybe the spirit of the game. But I think the way that you have to view this is that we are the host country. And the president of the United States has made his position very clear that he's going to be tough on anything that in any way touches something that he believes is a security threat to the people, the viewers, and the players. And so he's doing what he thinks is in the best interest of keeping this game safe. Some people may say it goes too far. Certainly many fans have. But he believes that that is the best thing for patrons and for the players And if one thing happens, they're not going to blame FIFA. They're going to blame the host country. So he's taking extra precautions.
Okay, Matthew, let me turn to you. Some might say this is a national security issue. They don't have to share the evidence with us, and they haven't done so up until now. And here's a case of immigration rules being applied equally to everyone. What do you say to that?
So thanks for having me, first of all. Good to see you. Since I was asked to come on this program, we've actually had some breaking news. And that is that an anonymous Trump administration source has said that this individual, this referee, who I remind people was Africa's referee of the year last year, so a significant figure, this individual was seeking admission to the United States, and upon further inspection by Customs and Border Protection, derogatory information, we've heard those words already, including association, this is the key bit, with suspected members of terror organizations, was discovered, making the traveller ineligible for admission to the US under the Immigration and Nationality Act. Now, that clearly changes the terms of our conversation, the terms of our debate. However, I would still nonetheless offer you some wider context, and that is this, that the President of the United States, Donald Trump, has, around about 6 months ago, I think, described Somali immigrants, and this referee, of course, is a Somali man, described Somali immigrants as garbage. And I think more recently than that, if I've got my timeline correct, he described Somalis as low IQ people. Now, this strikes me as pretty close to the language of white supremacy. And therefore, I think people around the world, many people around the world, will view even this information that is part of this breaking news that I've just revealed to you, even this information with a degree of suspicion.
Okay, well, congratulations to you for breaking that news, because you're ahead of the curve. I haven't seen anything on any of the alerts on any of the wire services yet, so we'll keep a close eye on that. But let's discuss some of those thoughts you just put to us there, Matthew. I mean, Amanda, what do you make of this? I mean, these comments made by the President of the United States about an entire country and its people, and just to add to what Matthew was saying, he's described Somalia as barely a country. I mean, what's he trying to achieve saying things like this?
Well, President Trump is really good at playing the game of politics. And right now in this country, this is a widely popular issue about what the Somalis have done, the fraud that has been committed in the Minneapolis-St. Paul community. And so a lot of Americans are very unhappy is an understatement, but they're very concerned that Somali nationals could be funding money back to terrorist organizations like al-Shabaab in Somalia using federal and state dollars. And that's very offensive to the American taxpayer for obvious reasons. President Trump is just pouncing on that opportunity to say these people have done vile things, and then he takes it farther to say these are vile people, these are low IQ people. And it wasn't even 6 months ago. I mean, I think it was just a few days ago that he has made such comments. Obviously, we're doing a widespread investigation of this. The Vice President of the United States has been tasked with this, and it's very egregious to the American people, Democrat, Independent, Republican. So President Trump is taking an opportunity to maybe take a shot. Some would say maybe a cheap shot. But either way, he knows that the American people are upset and unhappy about this. And so he's making his voice known, and he's being vocal about it, maybe to an extreme, some people would say. But I think the bottom line, when you talk about what's happening right now, and again, as someone who, was born in Iran, and, it's hard to see things happen, when they ostracize particular countries. But if the United States is trying to do what is best to protect the American people, and in this case, the people who are going to be enjoying FIFA games, and it's certainly the players, President Trump's doing what's in his best interest. It certainly doesn't help that those comments were made, but also understand the context in the United States of the disdain that people have for what has happened in Minneapolis, in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area, with the widespread fraud that could potentially be funding terrorist organizations back in Somalia.
Okay, let me just come back on that, if I may.
Go ahead.
That didn't sound like an unequivocal condemnation of what are clearly racist comments. Racism is when you take the actions of some, the alleged actions of some in this case, and you blur the lines so that you include their whole racial or ethnic group. And that is what Trump has undoubtedly done here. And those comments are not about being good at politics, as you suggest. They're just downright inflammatory, bigoted, and outrageous. And I'm afraid that they defile, not for the first time, the office of the presidency of the United States, which, as we all know, is an unbelievably important and prestigious position. Donald Trump is a democratically elected president, and he has found it in himself to make truly reprehensible remarks, taking in, it seems to me, an entire population, an entire group of people. And we used to call that racism, and I think we should still call that racism. It's truly extraordinary, although sadly no longer surprising, that these sorts of remarks are coming out of the White House. And I think it brings shame on America. And I use those words advisedly. I really do. On the specifics of this referee, Omar Artan, who's had his dream of officiating in a World Cup shattered for now. He's told the world that he will be back for the 2030 World Cup. Clearly, this is much wider than his personal disappointment. It will be seen as a slur on a country, a slur on Somalia, and against the spirit of the World Cup. The World Cup is about bringing people together. Even the Iranian football team, for goodness sake, will be allowed to take part in this tournament. The idea that a referee, Africa's referee of the year, is somehow a security threat to the United States seems to me, at face value, a little far-fetched. And I think it's counterproductive. I think it sows the seeds of discord where a World Cup should bring people together.
OK, Amanda, do respond to those comments. And this question that sort of I'm asking myself, listening to both of you, is here is a referee at the pinnacle of his career. He's gone through all the hoops to get to the United States. He's told after 11 hours of being interviewed at Miami International that he can't enter the country. And he, it's being argued, is paying the price for the shortcomings of, I don't know, his government, or US government officials and the vetting process. And you're saying, Amanda, people in Minneapolis. I mean, how is this fair?
Well, I'm not saying that he was denied because of the people in Minneapolis. They obviously had to have had something that they feel comfortable saying there was derogatory information, whether that was that he had certain ties to certain groups, certain people. And sometimes he might not know. And in fact, that's what he said. He said, I've never talked to anyone who I believe has any kind of nefarious intentions or anything that would be anti-American. I mean, he has said that. But sometimes he may not know. And that's where, obviously, the U.S. government stands right now. I can't speak to the information that they have. Obviously, we don't know exactly what they have. I think the broader implication here is that the host country wants to ensure the security and the safety of these games, of the people that are there and of the players. And if anything happens, it doesn't go back to the Somali government. It doesn't go back to FIFA. It comes down to the United States, who hosted these games. And sometimes things don't happen exactly according to plan, and maybe they'll come back and say, okay, we were wrong. But as of right now, they're standing firm on this person. This referee, Artan, should not come into the United States. They interrogated him for 11 hours. They detained him in the Miami airport, and they said no. So if there are reasons that the United States, the host country, believes that could be dangerous for the patrons and the players, they're going to do what they have to do. And that's their role as the host country.
Okay, so America clearly has a right to decide who enters its country or not. It is not for FIFA to decide that. It is the exclusive right of the American government. And I cannot naysay the information that this anonymous source claims to be the case. What I can say is it will be greeted with suspicion. And one of the reasons it will be greeted with suspicion is not simply because this is a referee. And as I say, the idea that he represents some sort of security threat to America seems to me, on the face of it, to be pretty far-fetched. But it will be greeted with suspicion because the President of the United States, the most senior official in America, has himself made derogatory, racist comments about Somalis within the last 6 months or so, and I believe on more than one occasion, to describe people from a country as garbage, to describe Somalis as low IQ. There is simply no excuse to that. And to the extent that that is playing politics, it is trying to appeal to the very, very worst of his base, and it isn't remotely justifiable in that or any other context. This is really damaging to the reputation of the United States of America. And this sort of nationalism, this sort of phobia, this sort of prejudice is, I'm afraid, spilling over into my country in Britain, because often a lot of what happens, I think, in America ends up washing up on our shores. And when you are as connected as we are by social media, particularly when a major website, X, is run and owned by Elon Musk, who has very extreme politics himself, then what happens in America has an impact here. And I spend a lot of my time as a left-leaning, centre-left political commentator in Britain fighting back against the encroachment on our politics of this sort of dangerous rhetoric, the bringing together of people into groups, the corralling into groups, and the discrimination therein, rather than bringing all of us together against prejudice, against bigotry, and against judging people according to the nation they may have originally come from or their ancestors came from.
Okay, Matthew, we're going to come back to you in just a moment, because I've got a new development that I want to run by you, and I also want to draw on your superior football knowledge in just a moment. But just picking up on some of the points that Matthew was just making there, Amanda. I mean, I was just doing some research before coming on air, and I saw there has indeed been a sharp drop in the number of tourist arrivals in the United States during the course of the last 12 months. And, you know, there may be a number of factors for that. But, I mean, clearly this type of example, which has gained a lot of attention across the world, a lot of people have spoken out about it from the football community as well as from the political community. I mean, it goes a long way, doesn't it, to explain that sharp drop? Does that worry you?
Well, you know, as someone who was born in Iran and, you know, wanting to see that, you know, this country is, you know, has people who are tourists coming from all over the world. You know, we are a country and a nation of immigrants, and that is something that I believe President Trump fully supports. Now, what he doesn't support, obviously, is people who have done things to destroy that, where they have stolen money, you know, from the federal government, from the state government. So I just use that as something that has obviously lit a fire under him. We're doing a large-scale investigation that the vice president is running on what the Somalis have done in Minneapolis and St. Paul. Now, it is not fair to group everyone together. And certainly as someone who's an immigrant, I understand when people lump people into the same category and say, well, you're Iranian, you know, your family must be this or that. But it's just the reality of what people think and what they may not say, but that they feel. And I think President Trump says, I'm going to say what I think people feel. Is it right? Is it wrong? I don't particularly care for it as someone who is an immigrant, but he is touching the nerves of the people who want to express their concern about why some people are coming to this country, stealing our money and sending it back to their country. So you have to understand what has happened in this country over the last few years with, in particular in Minneapolis, and that's what he's expressing, if you will.
Right.
So,
but Amanda, just listening to you, Amanda, I mean, the same story can be applied to lots of different countries. Just listening to you as well, I mean, I'm thinking to myself, I mean, don't people blame the system for being defective? I mean, if people are able to defraud a benefit system, and that's often an argument that's used in a European context, isn't the anger directed, and shouldn't the anger be directed at the system for not being sufficiently robust and not to vilify a community?
So what's interesting is that they say that the politicians were afraid of backlash from the Somali community, so they looked the other way. That's what has been said about what happened in the Minneapolis-St. Paul, you know, the incidents that involved daycares and learning centers that didn't even exist, yet we're getting tens of millions of dollars from federal and state dollars from the government. So I think the bottom line here is that, President Trump has rhetoric that he is using, that he has used since 2016, but he continues to be the president of the United States. He continues to win, as Matthew said, through a democratic process. And he expresses the views of some, not all Americans, but certainly a large majority of Americans voted for him, that he won the election in 2024 with, landslide, as many would say. The bottom line is that he's expressing frustration and concern. The United States is trying to be protective of the players and the patrons of this game, and they've made a decision. Whether it's right or wrong, it's unfortunate that the referee has to not be a part of this. He has taken it very well, I would say, very respectfully, the way that he has talked about this, and I laud him for that because, of course, this is a dream of a lifetime. He has said he'll be back in 4 years. The bottom line is that the United States made a decision, and this is where things stand. And the backlash will happen. Some will be in support, some will not. Clearly today, it's been a big story.
Go ahead, Matthew.
Very briefly, I can't really push back on that much more strongly than I'm about to. Amanda, I appreciate that you were born in Iran, and I appreciate that part of you does want to reject and is rejecting what Donald Trump is saying. But at the same time, you are claiming that a lot of people in America, and the same could be true in Britain, basically hold racist views. And your response to that is that it is therefore reasonable, or just what he's doing, that Donald Trump is giving voice to those racist or bigoted or prejudiced views. He's just speaking up for the racists, essentially. And my goodness me, have we really sunk that far? I do hope that we haven't, because that is a dark, dark history that we're revisiting if we have.
I didn't say that he's supporting racism. I said he's supporting what a lot of people are very concerned about, that their tax dollars are going back to Somalia. Yes, people are very upset about that.
It's prejudice. It's prejudice.
It's not prejudice. It's the human factor.
If there are American Somalis or Somali immigrants who are defrauding the system, they will not by any means be the only people defrauding the system in the United States. You have said on this show that people feel and have prejudiced views. Not everyone, but a lot of people. And you have attempted to semi-justify the President of the United States giving voice to that prejudice. And I'm saying to you categorically that it is not the role of the President of the United States, democratically elected or otherwise, and of course he was democratically elected, to give voice to people's prejudices and bigotry. It is for him to lead the country away from that. But sadly, it appears that he shares some of those prejudices. And I, as I say, think he has brought deep shame on his office and deep shame on the United States of America. It's a wonderful country in so many ways, America. I've visited it many times. It is, in some senses, the land of the free. I'm a huge supporter of so much of what it stands for. But in this respect, Donald Trump, and in other respects, has seriously let down the country that he represents.
Okay. I want to ask you a technical question at this point, Matthew, because I think you might know the answer to this. It's being reported, and this report has been carried by Newsweek, that Canadian officials have said that the referee in question here, who's been denied entry to the United States, is welcome to officiate on the matches that are being played in Canada. And, of course, matches are being played in the US, Canada and Mexico. Given FIFA's tournament structure, is that a practical, workable solution to this issue, do you think, Matthew?
I don't know how recently that statement has come out from Canada, but my understanding is that when it has been mooted that this referee could referee games in Mexico or Canada, countries that are co-hosting the World Cup, as far as I understand it, it's been said that that's not possible because the 50-odd referees for this tournament are all being based, I think, in Miami, in Florida, where they're being trained and giving security advice and all sorts of other stuff. And therefore, it's not possible for a referee to base him or herself outside of that camp, outside of the United States. That's my loose understanding. Whether or not that changes, I don't know. But I suspect, because the referee in question, Omar Artan, has now returned to Somalia, to something of a hero's welcome, we should say, unsurprisingly, I don't see this turning around. I can't see there being some sort of last-minute reprieve. That's my loose understanding and my prediction, but I may turn out to be wrong.
Okay, we appreciate that. And indeed, he did get a hero's welcome. Saw the pictures myself when he got back home. I'm being told we're out of time. I'd love to talk to you both for longer. It's clearly a topic that we could talk about for a very long time. But you've had the last word. Matthew Stadlam, broadcaster and author, joining us from the United Kingdom today. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you as well to Amanda Mackie, Republican strategist and lawyer, who's joined us from DC today. Thank you both very much indeed.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have a vote and a say. It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. There's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the Old Town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechis is the place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma Ez Zaytuna and Rue Kasbah. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
The world is in the grip of an energy crisis unlike anything we've seen in decades. The war in Iran and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz has sent shockwaves through global energy markets, triggering supply deficits, draining inventories, and raising the specter of an oil shock that many analysts had long warned was coming. But how bad is it really, and how much worse could it get? As refineries begin cutting runs and different regions of the world start feeling the squeeze in very different ways, the critical question is, are we still in the early stages of this crisis, or are we about to hit a wall? And then there is the geopolitical fog, a fragile ceasefire, on-again, off-again hopes of a diplomatic deal, and an oil futures market so volatile that traders seem reluctant to take any position at all. Meanwhile, in North America, a very different story is unfolding, one of opportunity. U.S. shale producers are sitting on higher prices, and Canada's oil sands industry is suddenly back in the spotlight with renewed talk of pipelines and increased production. To make sense of all of this, I'm joined today by Eric Nuttall, partner at 9 Point and one of the most closely followed voices in Canadian energy investing. Eric, welcome to the program and thanks for joining me. How big of a cumulative deficit are we seeing today in the global oil market in light of the Strait of Hormuz closure and despite as well the inventories drawdowns? And if the strait is open tomorrow, how long will the market need to normalize? And are prices set to remain elevated for an extended period of time, even after the conclusion of this war?
You bet. This is very clearly the biggest energy crisis of our lifetimes, which for many of us who follow, do barrel counting, it's kind of mystifying to see the ongoing complacency in the market. Our numbers, and we just had Saudi Aramco confirm this over the weekend, we've lost roughly 1 billion barrels of forfeited production already. Even if the strait were to open up tomorrow fully, ignoring sea mines and all of the different challenges to a quick resumption, our estimate is we will lose at least 1.53 billion barrels. And so that's just an epically massive number. We have seen some workarounds to try to bring that down. We've had Saudi Aramco flowing more barrels to the west. We've had the Emiratis flow more barrels to the east. We've seen some refinery cuts. We just had the Prime Minister of India announce mobility constraints, requesting people work from home, etc. So kind of a flashback to the COVID era. But we still have global oil inventories falling dramatically. There's a bit of a misnomer in terms of how many barrels we can potentially lose for the system to be okay. A good report out by JP Morgan about a week ago said that we can only lose about 800 million barrels before the working inventories of refineries around the globe starts to kind of hit the red line. We will be approaching that by our estimate sometime in June. And so There remains a lot of complacency. We've had a surge of U.S. exports that has helped things. There was a bit of a surplus coming into 2026, and we can debate how big that was. That has very clearly been used up. There was some excess oil on the water that has now been used up. The last of the ships have arrived, etc. And so we've been a little early. However, we do think that, to your point, we are hurtling towards a wall at 100 kilometers an hour, and we're about 5 inches away from it. And so we think the coming days or weeks is really when reality is going to set in.
I know that situations differ depending on the region and depending on current level of storages and domestic production, but how close are we today to seeing the full effect of this energy crisis that many have been warning from over the past 2 months? And more importantly, Eric, what ways and forms will this crisis materialize in the different regions around the world as run cuts in refineries continue?
Yeah, so coming into it, and you were correct to point out, every geography is different. Globally speaking, we were already quite low in terms of inventories of certain refined products. Jet fuel and diesel were both very, very low. And so it's not surprising in areas such as Australia, they have the highest diesel consumption per capita of anywhere in the world. They're having to really, really curtail usage to the best that they can. In Europe, for example, London Heathrow, 70% of their jet fuel comes from the Strait of Hormuz. We're now 72, 73 days from that no longer being accessible. And so we're starting to just see the beginning of flight cancellations, more regional. We've yet to see international, the more heavy fuel usage. That's coming. And so our view is you're going to have price rise materially in the coming weeks to start to rationalize demand. By our estimate, you need about $175, $177 Brent for that to begin to occur. We also had thought that governments would enact mobility constraints, and now you're just starting to see that in India as well from a very important speech. So we're just at the very beginning of this. It's been the lag effect, really, that I think, again, we're 72, 73 days into this. Many of us would have expected to see a more dramatic price increase, but the complacency, I believe, is being fueled by, existing inventories, which have all been been worked off. So again, we're very close to the cliff.
The ceasefire is largely holding, but it is fragile. We've seen the Iranians and Americans exchanging fire just last week, but oil prices have retreated from their highs on renewed hopes of a deal to end the war. Of course, we've been here before, Eric, with this roller coaster ride of ebbing and flowing of hopes of a deal. Mind you, liquidity in the futures oil markets have been low lately, probably showing traders lack of appetite to take positions in such a topsy-turvy market. Are you optimistic that we are any closer today to the end of the war than we've ever been so far?
I think what we have seen is, this work towards an MOU, which is just really setting the principles for negotiations to begin. It still seems like both sides are very far away. You have a ceasefire where you have love taps by Donald Trump's wording and such. So we do not think we are close to this resolving, which is dramatic. We have Middle Eastern production now roughly 14 million barrels per day. We are rapidly drawing down stocks, and yet we have this complacency. And I think there's two reasons for that. Historically, every geopolitical spike, it has been warranted to sell into that strength. We think of Abcake back in 2019. You had a sharp rally in the oil price. It fizzled out, I think, a week or week and a half later on. The other, and to your point, is traders are not willing to deploy risk capital because of the dramatic indirect influence from the Trump administration into the oil market via tweet or truth media. We've seen unnamed sources, certain media quoting unnamed sources. We've had we've been apparently about to set peace between the two parties 5 times in the last 19 or so weeks. So we think that the jawboning from the U.S. president is not sending the price signal that's necessary to reduce demand, and therefore the inevitable spike that is coming that everybody that I speak to agrees with is just a question of quantum and when it actually arrives. We must reduce demand. We cannot replace the quantum of Middle Eastern production from the United States or elsewhere, nor can SPRs or existing on-land or inland inventories make up for that dramatic number. And so we have to rationalize demand, but the oil market is not sending that price signal because of, again, the direct intervention from the U.S. administration. So it's an inevitability that is now being made worse by the direct jawboning from the White House.
I want to move on to North America and the response to what's happening there in the Middle East. We're now almost at the end of the earnings season. From what you've heard so far from U.S. shale companies, how are they responding to the higher prices today, Eric? Have they thrown away their cautiousness of the past few years to the wind? Are they meaningfully increasing or at least planning to increase activity? And how much of the void are they really able to fill?
You bet. So just like oil traders, U.S. shale companies are not willing to chase a geopolitical spike in the oil price because, again, this belief that peace breaks out, we go back to normality tomorrow and oil falls to $60. We don't agree with that, but I would say that is consensus. And so what we've seen is a lack of meaningful increase in drilling activity. The leader, Diamondback Energy, announced that they thought that you could see 20 to 30 additional rigs added in the Permian. The other major areas of U.S. shale are in permanent decline. We think that is the Bakken and the Eagle Ford. And so really there's only one area where you can see an increase in activity. 20 to 30 rigs means an increase on an annual basis of 140 to 300,000 barrels per day. So with Middle Eastern production down 12 to 14 million barrels per day, 140 to 300,000 barrels per day is a rounding error. And again, it speaks to the inventory challenge. We had thought that U.S. shale production was in its twilight. As the oil price has dramatically increased, perhaps you can extend that out a little bit. You can squeeze out a little bit of growth, but it really is a rounding error relative to the quantum of forfeited production. And it speaks to, again, just this is very clearly the biggest energy crisis of our lifetimes. There remains a massive amount of complacency in the market, and we think that complacency is coming to an end in the coming days to weeks.
I mean, yes, you've been a proponent of this thesis that the U.S. shale is in its twilight years. That's a view you've held for a while now, Eric. But more activity seems to be taking place north of the American border in Canada, where you are today. Increased production of oil sands coupled with higher revenues. How has the market looked for Canadian oil companies in the last 2 months?
Yeah, there's been very modest increases in CapEx. Most of the larger oil sand companies, when we think about expansion, it's really multi-year type projects. We also suffer from a shortage of incremental takeaway capacity. We just had a new pipeline come on stream that sends Canadian oil to our west coast that ends directly to Asia, or funny enough, back to the United States Gulf Coast.
We'll talk about these two pipelines in a minute, yeah.
You bet. So what we are up against the wall in terms of incremental takeaway capacity. We would think that Canada at best can increase production by maybe 120, 140,000 barrels per day. So it's quite modest again, relative to the global context. And again, it speaks to no one ever thought, no sober mind ever thought that the Strait of Hormuz could be closed, and sure enough to be closed for 70 plus days. There is no source of supply growth on planet Earth that can even come close to making up to the deficit that we're experiencing right now.
Looking at the previous Liberal governments, today with this Liberal government, Eric, there's talk of increasing pipeline capacities in Canada and even constructing new pipelines you've mentioned to the Pacific coast from Alberta, or reviving parts of the now defunct XL Keystone pipeline to the U.S. How is the U.S. trade war, the current Iran war, and the new Liberal government policies changing the outlook for the Canadian oil and gas industry today?
Unfortunately, what we're seeing is we have a new leadership in Canada that's abiding by the old mentality, and that is this notion that the world is needing a decarbonized barrel, and for industry to have the social license to increase production, we must pursue an incredibly expensive and very uncompetitive project called the Pathways Project that would sequester CO2 from our oil sands production. That is being tied to discussions. It's called the Grand Bargain. I've renamed it the Grand Ransom. That is the federal government tying a $30 billion project to being able to approve a new 1 million barrel per day pipeline. So I do think that is a pipe dream, if you pardon the pun. You mentioned another project that we think is much more likely to come forward, and that is it's called the Prairie Connector. It's connecting existing infrastructure to a modest pipeline in the United States. That would be initially a 550,000 barrel per day pipeline, expandable to 900,000 barrels per day, coming online potentially in 2029. So it's much more likely to go ahead. It's already received presidential approval. There's modest permitting required, as opposed to this hoped for 1 million barrel per day pipeline to the West Coast that would take $35 to $40 billion and take roughly 8 years. And lastly, we do have conversations with many companies in Canada very clearly. We've yet to identify a single company willing to take on the risk who's willing to write the check. And so we're not optimistic about adding incremental capacity to the West Coast. We think incrementally we'll be sending more and more production to our southern neighbor.
So, Eric, just finally, where do you see Canadian oil production by the end of the decade compared to where it is right now?
Yeah, so roughly 4 years, we'd be looking at about a 500,000 barrel per day increase. That is massively contingent on expanding the throughput capacity on existing networks. We have roughly 700,000 barrels per day of expansion projects that I would say are fairly low risk, that are coming online in step change, incrementally every year. So despite our massive resource, we've yet to see meaningful action from the part of our, quote unquote, new government. There's been a lot of talk. There's been very little action, and that is really constraining the potential for Canada to meaningfully increase our production.
Well, it's always good to have you back on the show. Eric Nuttall, partner at 9 Point from Toronto. Thank you so much for taking the time and joining us.
My pleasure.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds. We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We faced many dangers while covering the events in Kursk. We followed the developments of the battles on the fronts, and we were with the civilians, documenting their suffering in their homes. which they refused to leave, and in the shelters they had fled to. We were right in the midst of the battles. Ever since the Ukrainian incursion in August 2024, Al-Arabiya team was exposed, just as it was while covering the Ukrainian incursion, to the dangers of Ukrainian weapons, while covering the path of Kursk's liberation. Kursk is the Russian region that Ukrainian forces entered in an attempt to shift the balance of power in a war that has been going on for more than 3 years, where the Ukrainian army occupied it and advanced deep into Russian territory. As we were the first to cover the events that shook Kursk, we followed everything from the very beginning. To get the most accurate details, we went to the commander of the Special Chechen Akhmat Forces, General Abdi Alaudinov. Given the importance of this figure on the battlefield in the Russian army, the road to him was surrounded by complete secrecy, both regarding the location and timing of the meeting.
A NATO military staff committee prepared an operation to occupy the nuclear power plant and the city of Kurchatov, where this station is located, by encircling Kursk and Belgorod. This meant that this entire area to fall under the control of armed Ukrainian groups, according to NATO's plan.
The Ukrainian forces' incursion into Russian territory led to massive waves of displacement, large numbers. Temporary shelters received tens of thousands of citizens who had left their homes. The greatest difficulties were in evacuating people with special needs, the chronically ill, and the elderly who need constant medical care.
I can't hear anything. I can't hear. She is 95 years old.
Waves of displaced people continue to arrive at shelters, fleeing the danger of the ongoing battles, while medical teams check the newcomers.
I was in a coma. My blood sugar rose above 600. Yes, I went into a coma because my medicine ran out.
The affected people did not hide their anger toward the authorities in Kyiv and spoke about Ukrainian drones that tormented them day and night and turned their lives into hell because of their sheer numbers in the area where they lived.
The situation is bad. The drones are hovering above us. Here we are. They are bombing us heavily. The drones are flying. I didn't know where to go. I lost my mind. As soon as I hear gunfire, I can't sleep. Where can I escape to? Where should I go?
Ukrainian drones were targeting everything that moved on Kursk's territory for fear of the Russian response.
A large number of villages and towns have been liberated and cleared. Work on this axis is still ongoing in all circumstances.
Aid continued to flow successively from various Russian regions to those affected in Kursk.
No housing, no shelter, no help at all. We survived thanks to my husband who works. We rented a place and managed to stay however we could.
The Ukrainian incursion left behind many displaced people who suffered from losing their shelter and sources of income. On the other hand, the Ukrainian advance prompted a rapid response from Russian forces to stop it and regain control of the situation.
When we reached Kursk province on the Sudzha axis, there was no unit to confront the enemy. No unit had faced the enemy, because it had succeeded in breaching the defense lines along the border and managed to occupy a wide area in Kursk province. It even came within 15-20 kilometers of the city of Kursk.
Курской области, и он от Курска находился там в каких-то там 15, даже 20 километрах.
Kiev was counting on forcing the Russian command to move its forces from Donbas toward Kursk, which would allow the Ukrainian army to regain the territories it had lost on the fronts. But the Russian winds blew against what the Ukrainian ships desired. Ukraine. Russia continued its advance, and mobilization was carried out from all parts of the Russian Federation to confront the situation in Kursk. This enabled the fighting forces on the Donetsk front to seize larger areas, because the Ukrainian Army Command had thrown its elite forces into Kursk in an attempt to move the battlefield into the Russian interior.
We launched large winged drones in addition to small drones to specifically cover the front sectors. Our 2 drone units, they specifically highlighted the size and movement of enemy convoys. At that point, we organized our lines on the Martinovka axis, and thus we, as Akhmat forces, stood directly in the face of the cannon. We were the ones who stopped the enemy's first convoys.
Russian reinforcements arrived successively in Kursk territory, and the confrontation began between the Russian army and Ukrainian forces in order to stop the latest expansion inside the province. Russian fighter jets filled the skies of the region around the clock, dropping glide bombs that inflicted heavy losses on the Ukrainian army in lives and equipment.
The enemy threw everything. He had to limit our strength. He was throwing large numbers of his elements daily in an attempt to breach our lines. But as we see, over 7 months, the enemy was unable to create any breach in our forces, the forces of Akhmat.
And indeed, the general revealed to us some of the secret correspondence between NATO officers that Russian intelligence agencies managed to intercept, which highlight the role of the Chechen Akhmat forces in standing against attempts of Ukrainian advance in Kursk and foiling the approved plans.
Thanks to the Akhmat forces, a great deal was done in general. I don't want to go into details.
The Russian army began to limit the advance of Ukrainian forces and succeeded in encircling the areas controlled by the Ukrainian army at the last point in the depth and on both flanks of the contact line.
At the beginning, the number of populated areas they occupied exceeded 80 settlements. They couldn't hold this area, so they advanced to new territory.
In October 2024, operations to repel the forces began, and the Russian army started liberating towns and villages one after another. While maintaining the positions it had taken after, it managed to form a defensive line that besieges the Ukrainian forces from 3 sides, leaving them only the western withdrawal route to Sumy province, from which they had entered. We head to the town of Kazakia, Loknia, with the Chechen Akhmat forces that participated in its liberation. This town witnessed fierce battles between the Russian and Ukrainian armies after the Russian army intensified its efforts to liberate several towns and cities in Kursk province. After expelling the Ukrainian forces from the town of Kazakya Lochnia, which we entered days after the Russians took control, the military warned us of the danger of the mines the Ukrainians left behind, probably to hinder the advance of Russian forces and facilitate their withdrawal.
Why is attention drawn to the need for caution before taking any step here? This is because the Ukrainian army violates all internationally recognized laws and conventions by using prohibited weapons against infantry units known as butterflies. Mines of this size are difficult to notice among the grass. They are very small, but capable of amputating a foot. There are many weapons that the North Atlantic Alliance used to support Ukrainian forces, and these weapons were found on the ground of this province where Ukrainian fighters left them behind and withdrew to other areas.
We positioned in Soldatskoye, then headed to Cherkasskoye Porekhnoi, where fierce clashes are taking place. We succeeded in repelling this attack over 2 full months. Then we advanced toward Martinovka, where we fortified along the main road.
In the towns recaptured by the Russian army, the Ukrainians left behind large numbers of their dead following the bloody confrontations, at a time when some civilians refused to leave their homes and flee with the Ukrainian forces toward Kyiv. Many destroyed houses and military equipment left behind by the Ukrainian army. Of course, it must be noted that this town was inhabited by thousands of citizens who were displaced during the Ukrainian incursion or the Ukrainian advance at the beginning of the crisis in August of last year. And when the Russian army returned to retake this town, about 180 citizens were living in it and were evacuated, and only about 6 people remained in this town no more. It is clear how brutal this war is, but I prefer to hear from you what happened to you.
I became like this. My house burned down, so I took refuge with my brother.
Why didn't you leave despite the explosions we hear?
I didn't leave because I decided to stay on my land, in my village.
Among your relatives, did you lose anyone?
My brother disappeared when he went to work on the 6th of August and never returned after that. But thank God, our soldiers told me they found him alive and in good health.
After the withdrawal of Ukrainian forces from most towns in Kursk and their entrenchment in the border city of Sudzha and its suburbs, the Russian advance froze and the battles of attack and counterattack continued until the beginning of March 2025.
Indeed, the enemy entrenched across all areas of Kursk province. What can I say? They brought their elite forces and reinforcements from NATO. The United States brought all of this.
Every time the enemy tried to seize more territory, he failed. And in the end, we tightened the noose around him in a specific area. We were forced to stay there for a longer period in a back and forth within the framework of a line between 2 and 3 kilometers. We would advance, then retreat, which resulted in them suffering heavy losses. In just 1 month, their losses reached up to 10,000 personnel.
A qualitative and surprising turning point after a unique operation that caught the Ukrainian fighters. Through the infiltration of Russian forces via the giant gas pipelines that had been disabled by the battles, allowing them to reach the rear lines of the Ukrainian forces and completely encircling them.
The fighters started to draft a plan and worked on using the pipe in the operation. regarding the distance which separates the start point and end point is 15.7 kilometers. The operation forced our soldiers to wrap themselves with certain ribbons, similar to what the Ukrainian soldiers do. Then the soldiers came out from the back lines, which caused enemy soldiers to panic. They even rushed running anywhere they can, wearing their underwear or shorts or even flip-flops. The surprise aspect had an important effect.
The unique gas pipeline operation lasted 6 days. Those who carried it out were able to cross in 2 days, but waited 4 more days until the other units arrived before launching the attack, in order to tighten control and the siege from the front and rear of the city.
The plan set by Ala Aldinov, which is called the Pipes, when Ahmad's soldiers slipped through the back lines, caused enemy soldiers to run away from the battlefield.
We're on the lookout and confronted the enemy's attempts to advance on our lands. Our efforts were not limited to repelling the enemy only, but went beyond that by repelling his forces so that he would retreat to the positions from which he had infiltrated.
The Russian army expanded the encirclement of the city of Sudzha through the infiltration operation via the pipelines at the same time that the ground forces were carrying out their assault on the city. The Ukrainian forces lost their most important positions and some surrounding towns and withdrew to the border villages with Sumy province, leaving behind vehicles and equipment and thousands of casualties between killed and captured.
At first they came from the war committees and from police departments with draft notices from military service. If someone failed to report, he would face a financial fine. Then they threatened with imprisonment. I'm not sure I could have continued. They selected some capable people, about 20 individuals. As for me, I am just an ordinary soldier. In fact, most of those who accompanied me in this training course had not originally undergone military service. No. I was injured while I was in Britain. That's why I spent most of the training time sitting and did not participate in it.
The battles of Kursk resulted in thousands of dead, wounded, and prisoners on both sides, yet the defeated side always suffers the greater losses in equipment and leaves Russia alone transferred from Kursk 6,000 Ukrainian bodies without compensation, as a positive step from the Russian side.
Each side will claim that its losses are few and that the enemy suffered greater losses as a participant in the event from the inside. But as an eyewitness, I can confirm to you, regardless of how it may appear, that the losses of Akhmat forces were indeed limited.
We entered the city of Sudzha with the Imam of the Chechen Akhmat forces, who is working on evacuating the citizens who refused to flee to Kyiv before the Russian army recaptured the city. Let us document the situation up close from the hottest points of confrontation.
Young men gather people from the villages, and sometimes do so under drone and artillery shelling. This puts their lives at risk. We are extremely grateful to them. We are very thankful to them.
Inside the city, those who could escape the shells and drones fled from Sudzha to safe areas in Russia at the beginning of the crisis, while those who could not leave remained under Ukrainian forces' control.
They were roaming among us here since early October and boasting that they would hold a referendum for the residents of the Sudzha area and the entire Kursk province on their desire to join Ukraine.
Electronic jamming has become one of the most important defense methods against drones, and positioning systems securing protection for stationed units and vehicles carrying jamming devices. force a drone in the upper area. The devices detect the drones that make us run from these drones that may put us at risk in this coverage. Snipers load their ammunition in preparation to fire at the drones that are hovering over Sucha. A shell falling now near us, and the Russian soldiers trying to hunt the drones. This is shrapnel scattered from the shell, constantly in this border area. On the Kursk front, we are talking about the city of Sudzha, the last city of Sudzha, on the border with Ukraine's Sumy province. From the first line of confrontation, from point 0. The Ukrainian forces' insistence on holding the areas they occupied led to more suffering for the residents amid mutual shelling. The Ukrainians withdrew to the villages adjacent to Sumy, destroying the bridges behind them, so that the Russian army could not catch up with them. This is the bridge that separates the eastern part of Sudzha from the western part, where Ukrainian military convoys used to move. And clashes began in the heart of Sudzha with the encirclement of the fighters, which tipped the balance in favor of the Russian army, which took full control of Sudzha. The destruction of the bridges pushed those working on civilian evacuation to intensify their efforts and take risks by crossing the river to transport those stranded on the other bank, on foot under shelling and drone attacks. The random Ukrainian shelling affected everyone here in Sudzha and its suburbs, leaving victims destruction and displaced people, including the disabled Svetlana, whose last moments in Sudzha were captured by Al Arabiya's camera before her evacuation from the heart of danger.
I am disabled. I don't know what to say. My daughter takes care of me. We had everything. Our tables were full. We had tea. I never went hungry. The windows were shattered in the room adjacent to the hallway. Our apartment has 3 rooms. A shell penetrated the roof of the house. My daughter was hit by 6 fragments.
Volunteers of the Popular Front transported the elderly disabled Svetlana to the nearest evacuation point, to transport her to safe areas, far from the shelling. Shells falling near the evacuation point forced everyone to take cover from the horror of the shelling, leaving Svetlana to face her fate on the ground. At the same time, an injured man came running asking for help. Doctor. Here's the doctor, accompanying us.
I saw them. They were stealing and looting, then burning everything. They were all bandits who came from Sumy, relatives with their cars, and stole everything, even underwear, with crosses on their faces. They were the savages. Do you understand? What wonderful people there, like butter on bread. They were ready to flatter in the most vile and despicable ways just for a piece of bread under the second occupation. And all of them are wonderful when they beat people to death or prevent the burial of the dead. For some they are kind, For me, these people cannot be kind.
The disabled Svetlana was transferred to the city of Kursk for medical care, and she was lucky. Unlike many who died in Sudzha or lost their loved ones due to the shelling, that did not stop even after the Ukrainian forces withdrew from the city and its suburbs. Shells and rockets falling from nearby Ukrainian forces near the city of Sudzha until this moment, and civilians are terrified, and fear and panic hang over the entire area. Move away, move away. Get inside, drone. How do you distinguish your enemy's drones? Russian drones fly with red tape stickers, while enemy drones have no stickers. Also, our drones fly at low altitude, while enemy drones fly higher. This is not one of ours. Drones have become the masters of the situation in modern battles, and the rules of the game have changed, where their use has spread in this war, pushing both armies to form teams for drone control and others for defensive interception to reduce their risks, where neutralizing them has become an urgent priority. Extreme fear and caution as drones fly at low altitude. The Ukrainian forces are a few kilometers away from our position in villages. I hit it. It fell. It fell. Move away. The luggage is burning. What is burning there? The things are burning. We need water. Don't touch anything. Be careful. Did the luggage burn? Yes. Yes. Move the ammunition away. Explain to me what you have in your hand.
This is an OS-4 from enemy drones, a suicide one. It flies using optical fibers, which allows it to stay outside the jamming range, and it can hit the target from a greater distance. One can say that with these devices, they are killing us.
How does the drone drop bombs?
One way, unmanned aircraft. As you see here, the shell is fixed, and here are the optical fibers. And while it flies, it releases these fibers. The camera spots the target, dives on it, then explodes. With a mixture of explosives or any incendiary material, which causes shrapnel of varying sizes depending on the type of explosive material. The larger the materials, the more terrifying their effect.
There it is. Wait, wait, wait. The sniper tries to shoot down the drones before they hit their targets, but some of them explode even after being shot down. They seek to find us, detect our positions, and then destroy them. So it is better to blow them up. That is why our eyes are always fixed on the sky. Everyone is afraid, and we are also afraid, but we have no choice. To return home alive and with the hope that everything ends peacefully.
Military operation management has changed now, a different military template from what is known. Drones, and specifically combat formations based on electronics, have come to occupy the most important position because it has become impossible to conduct any combat operations without a highly advanced drone unit. And this is an important point. If you have a very advanced drone unit, This automatically means your opponent has the same capabilities too. So you must have an advanced radio-electronic unit to be able to counter enemy drones. These two components complement each other, and they are in continuous competition.
In this place, the residents who remained in the city of Sudzha gather for their evacuation, where volunteer teams and the Russian Ministry of Emergency Situations arrive to evacuate civilians since the Russians took control of the city, and they are transported daily. As individual cases or groups sometimes, the number of displaced people who reached the city of Kursk exceeded 500 displaced people, including the sick and elderly and people with special needs, in addition to those injured by rocket shrapnel and shells of the bloody battles. Volunteer teams linked to the Russian army, as well as the Ministry of Emergency Situations and social institutions, are working on evacuating the civilians who remained in the city of Sudzha and its suburbs.
Let the lady get inside, brother. Let the grandmother stay in her place. This is your place, Grandma. Yes, sit in your places. As for you, get in.
How many people did you evacuate today?
Today, 6 people. And the work is still ongoing. We will send 3 people now. And here, the car has arrived. As you see, there was an attempt to target us with a drone. At this time, the situation is dangerous. Since the shelling is ongoing, we are working to evacuate civilians as quickly as possible. And you too, be as careful as possible. You saw how a drone was shot down.
As we entered the area, we came across an old woman who told us her house was destroyed by a Ukrainian missile.
Right here in this spot, the fire was blazing. Artyom was trying to extinguish it.
It is clear the house was completely destroyed, yet the lady is still here taking care of the sheep and chickens, refusing to go to Kyiv with the Ukrainians or even to evacuate to Kursk after the Russian army entered. The imam managed to convince the lady whose house was destroyed to leave dangerous Sudzha and head to safe areas toward Kursk. He promised to take care of her animals until the crisis ends and reconstruction begins, so she can return to her home. She agreed and left with him, reassured, even falling asleep safely on the way. And so, the evacuation of citizens from dangerous areas continued in Kursk to safe areas. Vehicles arrived successively from the city of Sudzha, transporting stranded displaced civilians in the city to safe areas in Kursk province.
For 8 whole months we struggled to get any heating. We would cut trees to get firewood and put it in the stove to cook whatever food we could to stay alive. The Ukrainians treated us badly. Even the water we got from the river, they put barbed wire on it to prevent us from reaching it. And finally, we started to feel some joy when the shelling decreased. The shelling was continuous, including with drones. They were bombing civilians.
The main and decisive confrontations were in the first 2 days. After that, the enemy fled from the confrontation, so all that remained for us was to pursue his trail, clear the area, and advance. There were 3 towns that remained in the enemy's grip. What they did was they directed bombers towards Sudzha and nearby towns to continuously bomb our forces in an attempt to target our forces and limit our advance.
How far are the Ukrainian forces from Soida city? I think we managed to repel them outside the border village. Black smoke is rising. Are they hitting this area? The border is not far, in principle, and long-range shells can hit the adjacent areas near the outskirts of Sumy. So we are close to Sumy's border. The turn towards Sumy is close from here. Didn't you see it on your way here? It is possible to head to Sumy from here. Most likely they are shelling us from there.
The cells that we have not yet eliminated, whether Akhmat forces or others, are still retreating towards Sumy province and to liberate Kursk. Only a few villages and towns remain, which means that clearing the area is only a matter of time and nothing more.
The Ukrainian forces' entrenchment inside Kursk province near Sumy pushed the Russian president to visit the province, directing his fighting forces to defeat the enemies and complete control over the entire territory of the region.
Our first mission in the current situation is to completely destroy the enemy as quickly as possible after he entrenched himself in the lands of Kursk.
The border between Ukraine and Russia, and here we are talking about Sumy province and Kursk province. Shells are falling continuously from the nearest points on the border confrontation line between Russia and Ukraine in Kursk province, where continuous fighting and non-stop shelling between the Russian and Ukrainian armies. The Russian army is advancing to liberate the entire Kursk province, while the Ukrainian army is trying to withdraw completely from Kursk province. It is also trying to infiltrate the other side south of Kursk toward Belgorod province. The battles continued, and Russian fighters along with North Korean forces increased pressure on the positions where the Ukrainian army was entrenched on the outskirts of Sumy province, until the Ukrainian forces were gradually expelled from the towns where they had entrenched themselves.
The units that were at the forefront, some of them from paratrooper units, were directed to liberate the 3 towns we mentioned. I can say here that they performed excellently and succeeded in uprooting the enemy completely from the area. This was done in coordination with an infantry unit and a paratrooper unit.
On April 26, 2025, the head of the Russian General Staff announced full control over all territories of Kursk province.
To the Comrade Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, today the last town in Kursk province was liberated from Ukrainian military units, and thus the complete destruction operation of the units of the Ukrainian armed forces that invaded Kursk was completed.
After the army liberated the entire territory of Kursk, it continued to infiltrate inside Ukrainian territory, controlling several towns in Sumy province to create a buffer zone, with battles continuing until now to push the danger away from Russian territory, especially since the Ukrainian forces infiltrated Belgorod province and are trying to return to Kursk territory.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Luxor, the famous city of Luxor, Egypt. On the outside, the city is admittedly not all that charming. So what is it that will make you visit the city, with its scorching hot weather and dust-choking streets? Dare to explore deeper into the sun and sand to find its hidden gems. Egyptian sites, monuments, tombs, and temples. Amid the ancient sites are modern attractions as well. First is the Temple of Karnak. It's a massive ancient site that has several different temples that are dedicated to specific gods. The hypostyle hall is the pinnacle part of this temple. The pillars, so grand, will make you feel like you're in the middle of a canyon with cliffs surrounding you. Visit this majestic place that will make you want to learn more about the ancient gods and their beliefs. Next is the Temple of Luxor, a rather easily accessible place right at the center of town. It was founded by Amenophis III, but altered in later years by Tutankhamun, Horemheb, and Ramses II. The secret is to pay a visit at night, as you will see the illuminated yellow lights that paint nicely on the ruins and statues. It's a calm and curious place to sit by and hang out, or watch the people or little children playing. There's also the Luxor Museum, another breathtaking tourist spot. It houses some of the most important relics collected from temples and tombs around Luxor. The Valley of the Kings is also worth the trip. You can access it from across the Nile from Luxor. It's tucked beneath a barren mountain, and you will see its top like a triangular pyramid. The valley is hollowed out like an anthill. Buried beneath it are some of the most legendary pharaohs of ancient Egypt. It is considered a sacred place that secures and ensures eternal life. You will surely be amazed at the relics, reliefs, hieroglyphics, and spells plastered on the walls and carved into the stones. Nearby is the Valley of the Queens. The place has been hailed as the resting place of royal family members and relatives. It is where princes, royal children, and of course, queens are represented. And then there's Deir al-Bahri. It is the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut, the only female pharaoh to rule Egypt. Its interiors are quite deteriorated, but the view of its facade, with its multiple terraces and colonnades, is impressive. Indeed, a visit to Luxor gives you a dose of heavy history and a culture you won't have in any other city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World. Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Paris, the world's most romantic city. People love it for its culture, fashion, architecture, and food, and is considered the dream destination of many. The French capital has some of the most beautiful and historic buildings and monuments. The most famous of all is the Eiffel Tower, one of the most iconic constructions in the world. There's the Arc de Triomphe at the end of the Champs-Élysées. The Notre Dame Cathedral, which dates back to 1163, is the most visited attraction. Located high above the city in Montmartre is the Sacré-Cœur Basilica. And of course, the Louvre Museum, which contains the Mona Lisa and many other works of art. Don't forget the La Conciergerie, famous as a prison, a historical landmark during the French Revolution in the 1790s. Here, you can see Marie Antoinette's prison cell, which was converted into a chapel in her memory. One can still follow the many traces of the French Revolution in this contemporary city. There's the Place de la Concorde and the Cour des Commerces, where the Marat, the extremist, published his newspaper L'Ami du Peuple. Seeped into the city's DNA is of course Paris's well-known heritage in arts and culture. Explore the cobblestone streets of Montmartre with its rich history of Belle Epoque artists and cabarets, or get a first-hand experience of the lifestyle in the neighborhood of Belleville. Get your culture fix at the Musée d'Orsay, at the newly renovated Picasso Museum, or course through the dozens of small museums and galleries you can visit in the city. Shopaholics will also delight in Paris's myriad options. From chic department stores that'll have all your fashion needs ready to famed boutiques for sheer designer items. Stroll along the Champs-Élysées or watch the fashion shows. If you're traveling during the Christmas season, be sure to check out the fancy window displays. There are also places to find the best fine jewelry. You'd also want to visit any of the famous neighborhood bakeries that sell perfect Parisian bread, made using traditional French techniques. Paris also has an impressive offering of food stops. The city boasts of 70 Michelin-starred restaurants. You'll find one for every specialty. From fresh premium oysters to award-winning edible works of art, like the famous pastries in Paris. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.